Good morning. Happy Monday morning, I guess. Hello. Come on in, have a seat, let's have a chat. Hi, Cosmo. How are you? I found this channel that I keep watching in the morning. It's like Inner Crystal something. It's this guy with these singing meditation bowls or whatever. Hi, Jeremy. Hi, Love Lane. Hi, Dave. What's the difference between Christian and Methodist? Okay. It thought Methodists called themselves Christians. So Jesus says, to be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect. There are none good but God. God supports genocide, slavery, rape, and, as a fun fact, abortion. But the genocide and slavery and rape, I think, are horrible things. So I don't really think I want to follow that guy, right? I don't think that stuff is perfect. Like, God uses genocide, I mean, half a dozen times at least in the Bible. So he's okay with just wiping people out. He gives many rules on how to have slaves. Never once says don't have slaves. Hi, Infidel. Where does it say this in the Bible? Just if you read the whole Bible, you'll see that God uses genocide all the time. He uses it as a solution to problems many, many times. So that would be him supporting genocide. He's definitely not against it because he uses it so many times, right? And then the slavery, it's all over the place. Leviticus, Exodus, I think it's in Ephesians, Colossians maybe, I don't know. What? Let's see. Some people needed to die. Okay, great. Yeah, he flooded the earth and then promised never to do it again. But then he still does stuff like Sodom and Gomorrah, the plagues of Egypt. He sends his people to go and unalive civilization. So it's like kind of a useless promise. He promises not to kill people in this exact type of thing again. Hi, I Spy. God doesn't support any of those things. Well, God literally gives the commands. Like he says, the Lord spoke to Moses, and then he tells him the genocide and slavery and stuff like that. So that's God literally telling them how to do it. So if he doesn't support it, he would say, don't do this. But instead, he specifically says to do this. Hey, Jim. Yeah, that's correct, Steve Glass. It's better to read in context. So, like Leviticus 25 starts off, the Lord spoke to Moses. So this is the Lord telling Moses. And then he says, you can buy your slaves from the heathens and the nations around you and make them slaves for life. Let's see, Numbers 31. This is both genocide and slavery and rape, right? The Lord spoke to Moses, and then he tells him to destroy everyone except for the virgin daughters. He's God. He can do what he wants. Yeah, okay. Well, he can do what he wants, but it doesn't make him good, right? Just because he can do something doesn't mean he should do something. The concept of slavery is different than it is today. Is it? Is it different? So we'd have to prove that God did not have moral intentions. Well, his intentions don't really matter as much as his actions. The actions are disgusting. Yeah, I'm sure I'm at the Bible. The flood, Sodom and Gomorrah, plagues of Egypt, that's genocide. Exodus and Leviticus comes from the Bible, right? Zechariah from the Bible, right? Yes, I'm sure I'm in the Bible. So they say the devil is the deceiver, but it seems like modern Christians are trying to say, no, 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 this isn't God. That's not who God is. So it almost seems like Christians are the deceivers. Like it says, your father is the devil, the deceiver, the king of lies or whatever. And it seems like that's what Christians are doing when they say, no, this isn't who God is. Bunch of deceivers. Christians are deceivers. So the God of the Bible, if you read the Bible, has a lot of descriptions. Christians say God is love, but the Bible also says God hates, God regrets, God's vengeful, God's wrathful. There's all these things. And if a Christian doesn't tell you all of these things, then they're trying to spin a false narrative. Yeah, sorry. It's SBTN. There's a lot of delusional people out there, and I'm trying to confront people with that, and it can be kind of tough. And then God is merciful. Mercy is the suspension of justice, but they also say God is just. So you can't be both merciful and just. I'm breathing too hard. um, yeah, God can be anything. Like you have one Bible and you have thousands of different denominations. You can make God be whatever you want him to be. So if people are saying slavery isn't the same, if you'd like to send a guest request and clear things up, um, I'd love to have you. Pure slander. I'm just reading what the Bible says. If you're a Christian, Kenny, I appreciate you, but we're looking for someone who's a Christian to try to explain which version of the Bible exactly. How many versions of God's word is there? Why is there more than one version of God's word? Okay, I'm reading where it supports it, not where it's not supported. Okay, give me a single verse where it says don't have slaves. The Quran, no, the Quran talks about slavery. Quran 23 verses, I think it's 5 and 6, where you don't need consent from your wife or your property, which means concubines. So if you don't need consent, then they're your property, slaves, stuff like that, right? Yeah, yeah, exactly, Brian Shadow. Christians pick and choose what they want to believe. They cherry pick just like maybe 2% of the Bible, and this is what we follow. This is what we want. But they encourage everybody to read the Bible. So I did, and it's not the story that they're telling. They're the deceivers, right? Christians are literally deceiving everyone around them by spinning a false narrative of what the Bible says. They're lying, and the Lord hates a lying tongue, right? 6 things the Lord hates, 7 that he finds detestable. One of them is a lying tongue. Yeah, there's nothing in the Bible that's lying to you. That's correct. But if you only read part of it and you close your mind off, so I'll have Christians who come up here and say God doesn't support genocide, and I tell them where there's genocide in the Bible, and they go from he doesn't support it to this is why he does it. So it's dishonest, right? No, I don't believe in a talking donkey. I need Jesus to be saved. Saved from what? What is your loving God gonna do to me if I'm not saved? Hi, Appo. So when we look at the definition of love in the Bible, what Corinthians says, love is kind, love is patient, that's really the human version of what love is. But then if you actually read the Bible, patient, kind, does that sound like the God of the Bible? So, if anyone wants to join and tell me where I'm incorrect about God supporting genocide or slavery, you're welcome to come on up if you're a believer. I'm sorry to the other guests, but I'm looking for believers. Let's see. People think God answers prayers. Then why aren't they praying for the 25,000 people who die every day of starvation? God doesn't support abortion. How many verses talk about ripping open the wombs of women, bashing the children, stuff like that? If you think your wife is unfaithful, then she drinks the bitter water, and it basically kills her lady parts, which would kill everything inside, right? And actually, one of my videos, if you go to my video page, I've got it highlighted. It's just a couple videos back. It says God is not pro-life or something. Thank you, Eloquent. So babies dying of cancer. See, starvation is our own fault. No, it is not the fault of the person who starves to death. And I go into this all the time. People say, like, it's our fault. We did this to ourselves and stuff. And it's like a baby, like God himself took out his frustrations against the Pharaoh on the babies, right? Babies die from cancer. How is that their fault? They didn't have the chance to do anything. Slavery in the Bible. If you go to my YouTube page, You'll see the section on indentured servitude in the Bible. I've got it all explained. So, God supports genocide. We'll go through the list. God supports genocide. So, many times in the Bible, God genocides groups of people, or he orders his own people to do the genocide. So, if you're doing something numerous times, you're supporting that action. It wasn't a one-off thing, like he did it one time and whoops, sorry, won't do it again. He continually genocides his people, so that's supporting it. Slavery, he gives rules left and right on how to have slaves, buy them, own them, punish them, and stuff like that. Never once says don't own slaves. The most he says in the New Testament is if you can free yourself to do it. But that's it. He never says don't have slaves. Grape. I can't really talk about those verses too much on here, but if you go to my profile, there's a link to an article on grape and slavery. But one of the prophecies about Jesus includes doing that to the women. So, if you think genocide is justified, righteous, moral, then your definition of good and evil are opposites of mine. Yes, I'm an atheist. I'm going to guess the 56% that have read the entire Bible, at least 40% of those, or of that 50%, 90% of those are probably atheists. The other 10% are liars. Do I believe in the devil? No. The only people who believe in Satan are Christians. God doesn't support this? No, he literally commands it. He literally commands it. He says, you shall buy your slaves. Right? Do I hate religion? Kind of. What were the Amalekites? Well, it depends on where you're studying about them. The Bible just says they're enemies. History gives a couple theories of what might have happened. But regardless, when God says to unalive the infants and suckling, that's no longer good. Like, if you're mad at me, then you attack me. Don't go after my family. That's disgusting. What does the word Amalekite mean? Well, so it's kind of complicated, but Lek is the name of a city. Amalek means the people of Lek. So Amalekites is kind of like double speak. It's the people from the people of Lek. Why are we debating the Old Testament? We're not. We're looking at the character of God. God is the same today as he is tomorrow. God is unchanging, and God's word is eternal. Jesus says to be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect. I don't think these things are perfect. The only way to the Father is through the Son. Well, I don't really want to get to this Father. I want to be really far away from him. Where do I get my morals? From a consideration of how my actions affect other people's and how I would feel if those things happened to me. What? Melanin levels? No. But they do give rules if you're not an Israelite. So it's a geographic based race, the race of the Israelites. If you're not the race of an Israelite, then there's different rules for you, right? New Testament scriptures that support my claims. Okay. Jesus says, be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect. So Jesus is saying this God is perfect, right? So there's one support. Jesus says it'll be more bearable for the people of Sodom and Gomorrah than it will be for, these other people. Okay, so he's supporting all that stuff, right? Slaves obey your masters, right? A whole bunch of stuff. No, you guys can Google. I'm not your Google. If you want to know where the verse is, since you haven't read your Bible, just Google it. What's wrong with God being perfect? Because I don't think genocide is perfect. I don't think there's any reason to wipe out entire villages. I don't think it's perfect that if God was mad at the Pharaoh, that he takes it out on other people's kids, like Jesus Christ people. Like literally, if you're mad at the Pharaoh, take it out on the Pharaoh. Why are you going after other people's kids? This is demented. This is demonic. And you guys think this is good. This is why Christians are not allowed on my property. Because how would I know if you got mad at somebody at the store, so you're going to come take it out on me? Was Baal good? Well, Baal was just another god. And Baal just means Lord. So there were a couple different Baals out there. Well, Jews, they're compared to Christians, they're a little bit better because Jews will question God. They will second guess God's commands. Christians seem to be in the blind faith. Whatever God says must be good. Jews will question it. So if this is incorrect, if what I'm saying is incorrect, I accept you as a guest. If you're a Christian and you want to clear any of this up. But it really sounds like, I don't know, you don't really believe, you don't have faith in your beliefs, right? What you believe is kind of on shaky grounds. No, Baal is not my God. I don't believe in any gods. Can you ask a question? Yes. What verse is that? What verse is what? I'm talking about a lot of stuff. What was Baal worship? That was just other people worshiping another god. Which Baal are you talking about? Which Baal are you talking about? Do I support abortion? Yes. I think abortion should be safe and legal. If we don't want abortions, we need to look at the reasons that lead to them and see if we can fix those. But if a woman is in a situation, she should have a safe and legal way to deal with it. Which Baal are you talking about, Niebuhr? No, I'm not arguing abortion. I'm saying God supports abortion, but Christians don't want to follow their God. Okay, what verse in the Bible says God wants slavery? Leviticus 25 starts off with, the Lord spoke to Moses, and then it goes on to say, you shall buy your slaves from the heathens and the nations around you and make them slaves for life. Exodus 21, these are the commandments from God. Sell your daughters into slavery. when the Israelite man goes free on the 7-year Jubilee, the wife and children are the master's property, right? I'm taking these verses out of context. No, I'm not. It's out of context. Can you buy your slaves from the heathens and the nations around you according to the Bible? Yes or no? Yes. Yes, you can. So it's not out of context. It's a direct statement. That's not what it says at all. It's literally what it says. It's literally what it says. It was servitude. It was servitude if you were an Israelite man. Anybody else, if you were a child or a woman or a non-Israelite, you were slaves for life. How do I atone? Well, I figure out what's going to make me feel better. Do I need to go to the person I've offended and try to make amends? Do I just try to go out and do good stuff in the community? The context doesn't change the statement, right? Does the context of what happened at the flood all of the sudden mean the flood didn't happen? What does the context do? Diva, Numbers chapter 5 is infertility. Yes, it makes her womb rot. And if there's something inside that womb, it would also rot. So it's an abortion. Context, put it into context. Okay, so based on the context, are you allowed to buy slaves from the heathens and the nations around you, make them slaves for life, and pass them on to your children as a permanent inheritance? Yes or no? Not telling the verse. I'm telling you the chapter, so we don't take it out of context, right? I don't want to take anything out of context, so I'm giving you the chapter or the book. And you can read the whole book, right? Read the whole book of Leviticus. People are claiming that I'm taking things out of context. When I give you the whole book, you're like, well, you don't know the verse. And when I give you the verse, oh, you're taking it out of context. Well, you got to pick one or the other. Where do I get my morals from? From my society, from my community, and from a careful reflection of how my actions affect other people's. If I give you the verses, oh, you're taking it out of context. And if I give you the context, oh, well, what's the verse? Where do morals come from? From our thoughts, right? From our consciousness. What judges that those morals are correct? Society, right? If I think it's morally okay to go steal from somebody and I steal from them, society's going to say no. So I don't agree with wiping out wicked nations. Well, do we do that today? Do we just go wipe out nations? I don't agree with that. I don't think babies are evil. Like the Bible thinks babies are evil. The God of the Bible thinks babies are evil or have the ability to be evil. I disagree. Babies are a blank canvas. 1 Samuel 15:3, right? God specifically calls out killing the infants and suckling. Yeah, delusional. When they say, no, God doesn't support that, and then it clearly he does. So a delusion is a fixed belief that won't change based on evidence. The evidence is the Bible. And since they don't want to accept the facts from the book they're pushing, That's a delusion. Like I mean, again, like my background says, oh, you should read the Bible. Well, I have, and I've studied it. This is what it says. You've asked me several times, what's the history of the Amalekites? Well, again, like I said, are you going biblically or historically? Have I ever believed? I mean, kind of, but not really. As a child, right? I don't think there's such a thing as a Christian child. There's only children of Christian households. And only in that context was I ever somewhat possibly a believer. Oh my God, what is my problem with him wiping out babies? Oh my God, Nathan. Oh my God. Yeah, the humane standpoint is exactly the problem. If you're mad at me, take it out on me, not my family. If you're mad at me, take it out on me, not my family. They're a blank canvas. Babies are a blank canvas, a dry sponge, right? They absorb what's around them. So if you take out the problem people, which is in those day and ages would be the men, right? If you take out the problem men, then what is a canvas going to be filled with? People who are not problems. Do I believe in evolution? I know things evolve, so I believe in that. The theory of evolution, I mean, the jury's out. Well, it's coffee. You have to slurp it. You can't chug coffee. Now I'm very self-conscious about it. Thank you, Blue Dice. What do I believe evolves? Well, I mean, like you get a flu shot every year, right? So the flu virus evolves every year. We know that coronavirus has evolved a whole bunch. We see. I mean, again, it's theorized the finches on the island. All the beaks were different sizes and different strengths to be able to get food from different sources and stuff. I know that's a theory. We didn't know for a fact. There's only one in the beginning and then dozens at the end, but oh my God, Dice. Picking on me. How do I believe the world and everything in it came about? Well, the quick answer is I don't know. But things we have to look at. We know the Big Bang happened. That's a fact. Um, we know that you can have a regular blank rock by a stream somewhere, and then all of a sudden it starts growing moss. And then after a while, that moss starts growing other stuff. So it's an organic process, you know? Now I'm spilling coffee on myself, trying not to slurp it. How did the Big Bang happen? Well, that's one of those infinite questions, right? We don't know. We can only theorize. But when the scientific community makes a theory, we don't. We use things that we know about the universe, the laws of the universe, to come up with our theories. I don't think you're ever going to hear a scientist say, "Well, it must be magic." How is it proven true? Well, we can observe the universe expanding. So we know, um, since it's expanding, what's it expanding from? We see the different rates and speeds at which things go, right? You don't believe it expanded by a bang? Okay, cool. So, science doesn't say it expanded by a bang. They're describing the after effects. But either way, we're going to get back to what the background, the genocide and slavery stuff. Oh, just regular coffee with French vanilla creamer. That's all. Nothing fancy. Nothing fancy. Brown sugar oat milk. What caused the bang to occur? I don't know. And that's fine. I don't need an answer. I don't need to have a nice, convenient answer. I'm just happy to be here today. So if this is all a simulation, okay, great. Well, I'm happy to be here today. Blue Dice, come and report back to us how the new universe was. It's important to know why God did all these things. I don't think God did them. There's no evidence of a supernatural being. There's no evidence of creation. There's just no evidence of any of the claims. The claims were actually made as an answer to questions. No, I don't believe God is real. People perish for a lack of knowledge. What a great loving God. What evidence? What evidence is there? Like, we have no evidence that this is a creation. We only have guesses. I would like to believe it's created, right? But there's no evidence of creation. And then, more specifically in the Bible, there's no evidence of outside the Bible for Jesus, for him being on earth, for him being resurrected, like nothing like that, right? No, the Bible, people talk about the prophecies in the Bible. Look, it's happening now. Well, every single moment in time, we could say those prophecies were happening. Nations will be fighting. Yeah, they always fight. So there's nothing special about today's day and age that's any different than any of the other times. The prophecies are vaguely written. Prophecies about the future are vaguely written. Yes, there is. We have so many accounts. Hi, Dorigan. So, Nathan, name one account that proves that Jesus walked the earth or that he died or anything like that. Which of those prophecies happened? Well, none of them happened, but they make vague statements like the nations will be fighting, there won't be peace, right? So it's every generation can say those prophecies are happening now. No, the Gospels are the claim, not the proof. The Gospels claim that Jesus walked. Is there any proof outside the Bible that Jesus actually walked the earth? There's so many accounts you can't even name a single one. Just name one, right? So we have scriptures. which includes the Bible, the manuscripts, the Dead Sea Scrolls, because these are all copies of the same claim, the same story. Correct. The documents are telling the story. Stories are not evidence. Stories are stories. Right? We have this story of Captain America. Do we have any proof that there's a Captain America? But there's books and movies and comics. Like, yeah, these are all stories. Where's the evidence? Flavius Josephus. He was 30 plus years after the time of Jesus, and he never mentioned Jesus. The 12 disciples didn't exist. They were just stories. There's no actual historical evidence of the disciples. Yeah, we know Pontius Pilate exists, but we don't know that Jesus exists. The disciples didn't lie. It was the story about the disciples, right? Joseph Smith found golden plates. Why would he lie? Or is it just this story? Scriptures are not history. Those are stories, right? We have the Quran, which was given by God. Do we believe everything that God tells us? Or do we pick and choose which parts we think are real and which parts we don't? If we believe that Scripture is the inspired word of God, then why aren't we all Muslims? Why aren't we all Mormons? Because Mormons are the latest communication from God to his people, right? So if scriptures are somehow the infallible word of God, then why aren't we all Mormons? Unless we're saying, well, that's just a story. So do we have any evidence to back up the stories? And that includes the Gospels. Why did the Romans persecute Christians? Because Christians were being intolerant of other people's beliefs. So we're talking about Jesus existing. We know the Pilate existed. We know there were groups of Jews called the Pharisees. We know there were groups of Jews called the Sadducees. We know these things. We have external confirmation for these things. We don't have external confirmation for Jesus. That's all we're talking about. How do we know there was a Jesus of Nazareth? What verification do we have for Jesus of Nazareth? Yes. So, okay. So my neighbor, Steve, my downstairs neighbor, his name is Steve. He exists. We have proof that Steve exists. If I said Steve teleports to work, we can verify that Steve exists, but we can't verify that he teleports to work. So if we have a story that proves Pontius Pilate, okay, cool. But if we're talking about something else, well, there was this guy Jesus. Do we have any proof of him? We can verify Pilate. Can we verify Jesus? No. Faith. There we go. Faith means no evidence. Mormons have faith. Muslims have faith. Hindus have faith. So I've been live for about an hour now, maybe probably more than an hour. Haven't had a single Christian join to refute anything I'm saying, which is kind of weird. I'm not looking in the right spot. Okay, show me where to look. Pilate sentenced Jesus to death. That's what the story says. Is there any non-biblical sources that confirm that? That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Sources outside the Bible that confirm the stories. The Romans account for it. Okay, where? Where do the Romans account for Jesus walking the earth, being crucified, and rising? Notice how you're not answering my question. Notice how you're not giving me factual evidence. You guys can actually hear me breathing. Yeah, I'm a big guy. I'm a little overweight. Oh God, I'm so self-conscious this morning. I drink too much. I breathe heavy. Oh man. And I'm also talking a lot. So I talk until I'm out of breath, so I have to breathe heavy to catch my breath again. But anyway, so we're still sitting here waiting on any proof of Jesus. We've already talked about the genocide, the slavery, and all that stuff. Nathan, you haven't presented any Jewish or Roman history. All you've said is it's out there, but you haven't given me anything, right? You haven't provided me anything. So, okay, that's not, if you want to join, if you're a Christian, you can join. Since we're not going to have any Christians up here, so I know Witch, you were out there wanting to request. Jewish Antiquities, Book 20. Are you talking about Jesus, son of Damnius? Flavius Josephus' description of Jesus. Where? Description of Jesus. Which book? You're just saying things exist. You're not saying. You're not telling me anything. You're just making more claims. Dorgon, you are live, by the way. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want to cut you off.
Yeah, okay.
No, I just wanted to bring up the whole thing with the pilot letters was that if we try to like just for this, there is a lot of sources that are actually going to be they're going to be saying like they're going to move past the point and just say that well the pilot letters exist and all this about Jesus. But when we're actually looking at these sources, like the first 15 sources that you'll be able to pull right when you type in pilot letters in Google are going to be coming from Christian and sources. But when you actually start looking at some of the sources that actually don't have how do you say a claim in the stake, they don't agree. There are modifications that were made to these letters, and there were things that were added, and they don't actually hold any value.
Reber, you said Josephus never, or I said Josephus never talked about Jesus. You said Book 20. Book 20 talks about Jesus, son of Damnius. That's a different.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's a different Jesus.
Right, and if you want to take a look at Mark's narrative of who Jesus was, it's more like Jesus ben Ananias from Book 6. It looks almost copied and pasted.
The 9/11 pilots didn't die for no reason, right? Why would they die for their beliefs if it wasn't true?
The 12 disciples never existed. We have absolutely no evidence for this.
So, based on the timeline, the earliest accounts for an actual Jesus is from Paul, who puts Jesus in heaven. The story of Jesus being on earth, we can follow the timeline from Jesus ben Ananias, the destruction of the temple, and then all of a sudden all these the 40 different gospels start showing up over the course of like 100 years.
Yeah, but there's also the whole idea that prior to anything that was written by Flavius Josephus, you just have a person. And then when Mark comes into the picture, this is where you start seeing the stories being written as prophecies fulfilled, with absolutely no evidence to back them up. So, I mean, if you read a book that says prophecies fulfilled and you just kind of take it at its word, then it's uh, I don't know, like, are you kind of have to know what the story was of what was going on around that time to know why Mark would be writing the story this way.
You have no physical proof of celebrities being real. We see many, many accounts of them. We see them on TV. We see news stories. We see interviews. We've seen people. We've met people who have actually met them in person. We have a lot of evidence. We have signatures. We have signed autographs. We have depictions. We have a lot of stuff that proves celebrities are real.
Yeah, but I think we're kind of moving away from the point. That's just like a silly point to make. It ultimately does it even matter? Like, who cares about whatever celebrity? Like, what's the point?
So if Jesus was this amazing guy who walked the earth doing miracles, he died and came back from the dead, where's the proof of any of that outside of the stories? Where's any piece of carpentry that Jesus did? Where's a table that Jesus made? Where's a picture, a portrait that was made of Jesus in his time? We don't have any of. You haven't named one thing, Nathan. You're claiming there's evidence out there, but you haven't made a single claim. How about Joseph's tomb? An empty tomb doesn't prove anybody was there, right? An empty tomb.
I think he's talking about James's tomb. So let me see.
Hello, God bless you. Do you hear me?
Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
Yeah, well, addressing your topic, the Christians say to read the Bible. Well, did you read the 1 John 5:10-12?
What?
Hello.
Hello? What?
Addressing your topic, do you hear me? Should I speak louder?
I can hear you. I just missed that last part of what you said.
Okay. You said you read the Bible. My question to you was, did you read 1 John chapter 5 verses 10 to 12?
I've read them before.
Can you read them now, if you do not mind? If it is okay with you. I don't want to force you
I'm
to
not
do it.
doing a Bible reading here.
You do not do Bible reading. Okay, no problem, no problem. So if you read those verses, you see very clearly, especially the verse number 12. It says like this: He who has the Son has the life. He who doesn't have the Son of God doesn't have life. And this is the essence of the Bible. So if you have Jesus Christ into your life, you have the never-ending life. That's what I wanted to.
Okay, so what we're talking about right now is the historicity of Jesus outside of the Bible. We're talking about proof of Jesus outside the Bible. We're not talking about what does the Bible say. We're talking about proof outside the Bible. So if the Bible says something, that doesn't give me any sort of external verification. And if we're not talking about the historicity of Jesus, then we're going to default to the background topic where God supports genocide and slavery and these other things. We're not, if you want to read the Bible, there's 100 other lives right now where you can go listen to the Bible being read. We're discussing biblical topics here. Remember, God is not the author of confusion. So if I read the Bible and I don't understand it, and I'm literally reading the words, then I'm confused, which means the book is not authored by God.
So I would definitely agree that the Bible is not written by God, and I think people injecting their own narrative into like ideas, or at least using God as a scapegoat, kind of does create this idea that because of these scriptures, this is who God is, as far as like he's good with slavery and genocide and all these horrible things. But ultimately, like, I don't think that's God at all. I think that's just man using God as a scapegoat.
But so things like Sodom and Gomorrah and the flood and things like that,
Mm-hmm.
those are depicted as a direct action from God, right?
Right, it's depicted that way. I don't really think that anyone really knows like the character of God. I think they just inject their own ideas or beliefs, and maybe they think it's inspired, or maybe it is. But I definitely think that people have a very heavy hand in all of these things that are said and done.
So then it comes down back to the thing. It's like, well, if you don't believe the Bible is literal, then what's the point of following the Bible at all?
Well, I mean, there are things we can, just as much as like there's bad things to pick up from Scripture. There's also things that I feel like that have been beneficial in my life to better my life, better my family's life, and even the community that I live in.
But wouldn't that be true with just about any book out there? That you could infer morals and lessons from any book?
It's possible, yeah.
And notice in the chat, no one has provided any proof of Jesus existing or walking the earth.
Oh yeah, I know that. It's never gonna happen. It's we have nothing. We have
Without God, why would I have morals? Because you want to live in a society, and society
um
would make you an outcast if you didn't have morals. If you thought you could go around stealing and looting and all other kinds of things, you wouldn't be welcomed in society. So you have to have a baseline of morality to live in a society.
can you so two things. One is if God does exist, our morals don't come from God. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, Nathan, you've said that there's like a lot of proof for a lot of this stuff, but you haven't actually shown us any sources for anything.
So
You
it's
know, we a lot of the people on here who actually talk about this from this perspective, they've looked into the historicity of all this. We don't just come on here and we just start saying random stuff. If there was going to be random stuff being said, I'd just be shutting up right now and I'd be listening to like learn what's going on. That's what I would be doing.
so we're gonna uh do what I Spy had said earlier. Why don't we discuss the morality of God? So let's look at the topic of genocide. Is genocide morally good or morally bad? If morality comes from God, is genocide good or bad? Right? Um, what evidence would we need? We would need any external account that would verify any of the claims made by the Bible. That would be evidence. It would be evidence if somebody outside of the story of the Bible verified any of the stories. An example of what, Diva? What would be an example of evidence? I know, let's see, Keanu Reeves is real because I can turn on the TV and find a movie about Keanu Reeves. I can see interviews of Keanu Reeves. I can see modern depictions of Keanu Reeves, right? The specific story of genocide, well, we have the plagues of Egypt, where God was mad at the Pharaoh, so he thought an appropriate solution is to take it out on other people's kids. That's an example of God thinking that genocide is an appropriate answer to problems. We have people who have met Keanu Reeves. There are a lot of people who verify he's real. We see him in a lot of different videos from a lot of different sources. People who have firsthand accounts of him all over the place. We don't have any firsthand accounts of anyone meeting Jesus. We don't have any records of Jesus existing outside of the Bible, outside of a book, this one book. So, Nathan, that's why you're okay with God killing babies. That's your reason that makes you okay with God killing babies. No, I don't need a specific verse proven. What I need is the Bible makes a claim that Jesus walked the earth, was crucified, and resurrected. I want any sort of proof that Jesus actually existed. You're not okay with that. Great. So you think it was bad?
She thinks that I was
You think that was bad or good, Nathan? You say you're not okay with it, but then you're giving reasons why you're okay with it. It's for justice. It's justice. Well, if it's justice, then it's good. Justice is good, right? There is no good or bad. Really? I thought that's what the whole following God was, good or bad, moral or immoral, good or sin, right? No, we're literally begging for proof. Reber, we're definitely and specifically looking for proof. Well, I can unequivocally, I don't know how to say that word very well, say that it is always wrong to take out your aggression on other people. It is always wrong to do genocide. I can say that across the board. If you got
So
proof, you'll never find
the
it. Exactly. You'll never find proof because it doesn't exist.
the Noah's Ark thing is not real. Even if we were to concede to the idea that that was like a ship, um, there's absolutely no evidence that that was Noah's Ark.
Prove the wind. That's easy. You see leaves rustling. That proves the wind.
Yeah, you can actually use a mass airflow sensor to prove like movement of
We actually know where the wind comes
gas.
from. The hot and cold fronts, right?
Yeah.
We know how the wind happens. We can test the wind. We can experiment with the wind. But there's nothing we can do to test whether Jesus actually walked the earth. Prove we breathe oxygen. We already have that answer. Your lungs have
Yeah.
these things called polyps, which enlarge and absorb the oxygen. We know our bloodstream uses oxygen.
Also nitrogen. It's not just. I think if you're gonna ask dumb questions like that, maybe you need to go look at a biology book. I'm sorry.
And no, we're going to stay on topic. You're trying to move the goalpost. Well, you can't prove this. We can. We can prove oxygen. We can prove wind. We can prove all these things. But the difference is, if I don't believe in oxygen, I'm still going to breathe it. If I don't believe in the wind, it's still going to exist. But the Jesus walking the earth thing is a claim that has no substantiation.
No, you can evidence it. What does that mean?
The Bible being proof for Jesus is the exact same as the Quran being proof, or the Book of Mormon, or the Bhagavad Gita proving the godly claims. A book doesn't prove itself. The book has to point to external sources.
The book is the claim. Um, you would have to use secular sources,
Hi,
independent
Saul.
sources to actually prove the claim you're talking about.
So, what sources, Saul, do we have historical evidence and records of Jesus?
Okay, you study history, Nathan. Like, can you tell me what we can actually use as a source to back up the claim of Jesus existing? We go back through Jewish history. Nobody negates Jesus. Source, please. You're just
Thank you.
saying stuff.
Sources I ignore. I have not ignored a single source that was given on this live.
Here, let me say this really quickly, just so we're clear. If you're under the impression that Flavius Josephus uh, thought that Jesus was the Messiah or at any given time believed this. He published The Jewish War in 75, published Antiquities in 93, and he also published his own autobiography where he never converted to Christianity. He died as a Jew.
So the only evidence that's been presented in the live is Josephus, book 20, that talks about Jesus, son of Damnius. Again, the 12 disciples are just a story that we have no evidence for. And the 9/11 pilots, they believed in their cause, so somebody dying for their beliefs doesn't make their beliefs real.
What evidence do you have of the 12 disciples that you're talking about, Reber?
We know Pontius Pilate existed. That's not who we're talking about. Who we're talking about is Jesus. Right? Like I said, I have proof that my neighbor exists, but I don't have proof that he teleports to work. We need to verify this other part. We don't need to verify that the pilot existed. Sure, the pilot existed. If I said there's a movie out there that says Abraham Lincoln was attacking zombies or vampires or something, does that prove that vampires exist? Because we know Abraham Lincoln sure did. Hi, Fatima. We're not talking about Pilate. We're talking about Jesus. Show me evidence of Jesus, not Pilate, existing. If we said Pilate also executed leprechauns, does that prove leprechauns existed? No. But we know Pilate's real, so if he executed leprechauns, then the leprechauns must also be real. You haven't provided any evidence of Jesus. Give me evidence of Jesus. No, I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna breathe really heavy, and I'm gonna get some more coffee to drink way too loud while I'm waiting on you to provide evidence of Jesus.
So,
People are making me feel very self-conscious. They're saying I breathe too heavy, and I drink my coffee way too heavy or way too loud.
you cut out. I didn't hear any of that. What was that?
People are saying I breathe heavy, and I drink my coffee too loud. Now I'm really self-conscious.
You know what? I don't think their opinion about something like that should really matter to you because they have absolutely no bearing on your life.
But I need the approval of strangers on the evidence.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, I guess in that case it makes sense.
Internet people.
So, am I? Is my dad proof that I exist, or is it I'm proof that my dad exists? That's a very simple question, and I feel like people really fall into this idea of misunderstanding what evidence would actually be.
Hey, River City.
All right, let's get this stuff out of here.
Okay, so anybody in the chat, give me a piece of evidence. Hi, Jeff. Give me a single piece of evidence that Jesus existed. That's all I'm waiting on. You guys keep talking about evidence, but you haven't given any.
Sky is the evidence, and look at the rocks, look at the trees, it's everywhere. Look at the sky. Oh my
What's
god.
the charge? They talked about Jesus, son of Damnius, from Josephus, book 20. Jesus, son of Damnius. They think that's evidence for Jesus, son of God.
Oh, the DNA is the evidence. Okay.
Yes, the Raptor priest. What? Raptor pastor or something?
Yeah. What else? Oh, I don't. That's what they say. Look at the trees. Look at the sky. The sky is the evidence. My they'll say that, or I don't know. Um. uh, I'm just showing them.
And like what me and Dorgan have both made reference to is that Josephus talks about another Jesus, Jesus ben Aeneas, which seems to be the framework for the Gospel of Mark. All right, Dorgan, there was a letter from Pontius Pilate to the Emperor Tiberius that was found in Liverpool.
Yeah, and it's been proven to be like modification. Like there's additions that were made to it. It's been heavily modified. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
heavily
Yeah, cool.
modified.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Robert Price says that he kind of thinks that even the earliest gospel wasn't even written until the early second century.
Yeah, it's completely possible, but I think that the thing that I kind of say, like, just so we're kind of clear about it, is Mark can't be written any earlier than 75. It could be in the second century, but I think it's I don't think it's necessarily relevant. I think the point that it couldn't be written any earlier than 75 is good enough information to go off of as far as like what we're trying to understand there.
So I'm very curious. I know, in all seriousness, I did do some background into the historicity of Christ. There is evidence that a historical Christ existed, a person known as Yeshua, Mashiach. Uh, but none of the associated miracles or miracles in regards to him, that is unsubstantiated. The thing is that when this comes up, I got into this earlier, like a few months ago, with doing some deep dive research. There are documentations from a variety of different historical sources that are the basis for why the majority of historians and theologians regard Christ as most probable in history. What you guys are presenting right now is that, oh, there's no evidence. If that were the case, then the majority of theologians and historians would agree, but they don't. Why is that?
Well, what I'm doing is I'm looking at the evidence that they're basing their conclusion on. Now, if we look at stuff like Bart Ehrman, who he has said that he believed was a real person, but he's also said in a book that he only says that because the publishers required that he say that. If he didn't say it, he wouldn't be able to use those publishers. We also know that a lot of historians or teachers or whoever work for these organizations where you have to sign like a mission statement, and you can't put out any information that disagrees with their mission. So there's a lot of biased sources out there. So you have to look at the specific evidence that they're presenting to back this up. And when you look at this specific evidence, I don't think any of that's good enough to substantiate the claim.
So the specific evidence from a historic perspective goes back to the Jews. The Jews kept copious records and very detailed records in regards to the happenings and the histories. And Maimonides was a 14th century historian, doctor, just overall genius who went back to the Talmud and dissected what was happening in regards to this historical individual character named Christ. When we go back to the earlier texts of the Talmud, the Christ is also spoken of specifically in the Sanhedrin portion of that, where the Sanhedrin is discussing how to deal with this heretic, and they made their official uh, statement that this is in fact not Meshiach. This is historical record. So just so that you know that I'm referencing very specifically the record. Outside of that, there were records from, there were a Roman record specific to the sect and specific to the leader of the sect, being this Christ. But this Christ, it becomes, to be fair, on the other side, there wasn't one, there were many that were known as the Mashiach.
Yes.
And therefore, this Messiah was not just, it's difficult to identify the one Christ that we're talking about. That's where things become a little muddied in history, saying, oh, there's this one guy and he died right here and was born in Galilee, etc. But when it comes to what you're suggesting is a mass conspiracy where the majority of historians and theologians are being coerced against their will to walk the line, and therefore they really don't have any evidence. They're just saying as such. If that were true, that would also be easily shown, that there is no historical evidence. There's no historicity from the Romans, from the Jews, from the Greeks, that it didn't exist. Maimonides, who's one of the most well-respected historians of history, was just making this up for no reason. Not the case. I think it would be unjust to say there is no evidence. The majority of people just simply don't know how to do research, and they're not familiar with what classifies as evidence. And so I see these talks and, oh, there's no evidence. I guess Jesus just never existed. That's a little bit off. Sir, a specific the Christ did not necessarily exist. There were many the Christs, but to say that there was nothing to that would be, I think, unfair and uncharitable
So which
and
one of
inaccurate.
these letters talks about Jesus of Nazareth?
Which letters talk about Jesus of Nazareth?
Or which account in the Sanhedrin or anything that you were talking about specifically calls out Jesus of Nazareth?
Yeah, so I'll open it up right now because I have it closed, and there are two specific versions in regards to the Talmud, and it is the section of Sanhedrin. Let me go ahead and pull up my notes, and I'll go ahead and be very specific in that regard. But these are for reference for those who are listening and saying, I don't know what he's talking about. These are the very records that the historians are referring to as well when they say that they believe that Jesus the Christ is a historical person and that there's evidence for him in history. There is, let me go find my thing. I'm getting to it right now.
So let me ask you this.
But I think it would only be fair to represent both sides. If it's true what you're saying, that, oh, there's no evidence, there's nothing like that, then you could just call up these theologians and say, yeah, here's where they are very clear that there's no evidence at all. There are no records, there's no Roman history, there's nothing. If that were true, then show that. But you don't have evidence of that at all, because that's not the case.
So I guess the question here becomes, the person that you're talking about, is this the same person that Mark is talking about in the other Gospels?
Yeah, so to be fair, the answer is unknown because there were so many. So that's where I have to be honest and say Is there a one specific we're talking about the Yeshua of Nazareth? There are some mentions, but those mentions are questionable because of when they were written and who wrote them. Either we don't know who wrote them and we can't authenticate, or we're talking about others who are taking on that moniker within a time period in order to lead a sect. So the answer becomes gray unknown. Let me find, I found I'm now in my notes. Hold on a sec. So, here we go.
Just for the chat. So I'm asking for evidence, and Saul says he has evidence, so I'm waiting to hear it. I'm not just dismissing. I'm not saying he doesn't have evidence. I'm waiting for it. People in the chat say there's evidence, but haven't given any. So notice how I'm waiting to hear the answer. I'm listening. I'm waiting for it. I would like to have evidence. If I'm wrong, I would like to know.
No, I appreciate it. I think that's fair enough. I'm literally opening up stuff. Okay, here we go. So, okay. Okay, so in terms of letters, obviously Josephus is the most popular, questionable 37 to 101 AD. Phlegon from 80 to 140 AD. There are letters in regards to Jesus of Nazareth, Flagon. Cellus, he's another from 175 AD who wrote about Jesus the Christ of Nazareth. Julius Africanus is another. And of course, there's Tacitus. But I want to go deeper into what I found myself in regards to what was mentioned about the Christ. And that was, hold on, I'm going to my other note, the Babylonian Talmud. So let me open this up. So the Shabbat 104b is the specific section of the Babylonian Talmud where the Sanhedrin is discussing Mashiach. The Toshefta Shabbat 1115 of the Babylonian Talmud is the other section, and the Gittin, Gittin 56b and 57a. These can also be referred by sephara.org, sefaria.org, where it goes into this text at great length and breaks it apart so you can find the information specifically. Here in these texts, which are from the Jews themselves, discuss this this basically spiritual interloper who's trying to come across as the Christ. So from a historical perspective, the Babylonian Talmud is it's an extremely strong source. And if we read it, hold on, let me just open it up. My system is slow, of course, at the moment. But we could take a look at it. And it goes, Maimonides is, the reason that he wrote about this was because he was discussing the sect, the growing Christianity of the day. And, in the 14th century, obviously the Renaissance time, this was being utilized obviously for political reasons. And so he was making a very clear case in his writings that this person was never considered the Christ, and why. And he's referencing the Sanhedrin's decisions within the Talmud. And then historians, they utilize those records because those are the very best records. The letters that I mentioned before are also not discounted. They're just not as heavily weighted because it's a bit more difficult to authenticate. I'm going to go to the Shabbat 104b English version. Yeah, the Mishnah is another version within the Talmud, historical writings of the Jews, which also discuss this. So in those I'm listing those out so that there's some very specific reference to look for um, that speaks of this heretic. Of course, they do not call him Jesus, nor the Christ. They do speak very much as this person. The Rabbi Eliezer uh, is making so in the Shabbat 104b. It starts off Mishnah. One who writes two letters to Shabbat during one lapse of awareness is liable. The following substances used as ink are explained in the Gemara. It's just giving some reference, and then it says one quote: one is liable if you wrote with Deo, with Sam, with Sikra, or with copper sulfate, with substance that makes a mark. And then it goes into what is being said. If one writes, hold on a second. Jamaria defines the terms in Mishnah. Okay, we learned in the Mishnah if one unwittingly scratches letters on his flesh on Shabbat, Rabbi Eliezer deems him liable to bring a sin offering, and the sages deem him exempt. It was taught in a Baraita that Rabbi Eliezer said to the rabbis, didn't the infamous Ben Stada take magic spells out of Egypt in a scratch on his flesh? They said to him, he was a fool, and you cannot cite proof from a fool. This is not the way that most people write. Incidentally, Jamara asks, why did they call him Ben Stada, and why was he the son of Kandera? They're making it's very long. It's going into this writing from the rabbi in regards to examples of previous false prophets who are making an attempt at legitimizing their claim with various writings, with various examples of miracles or so-called miracles, etc. And they're having this it's a very long dialogue in regards to this very person who was doing the same. So that is one of the most, I think, strong references, the Shabbat, the Tosefta, and the Gittin, because the Jews don't mess around when it comes to their history. There was certainly not just one, but there were those that were Christ's, but specifically when we're talking about the 70 years prior to when the first writing of Mark came out, that there was a specific person within that region that was really well known within Galilee, within Judea, that was promoting himself. As far as crucifixion, no. Question mark. There's nothing that says this one guy was crucified. There's no specific record or of tomb or anything like that from Roman time, because this person would not have been important enough for that to be the case. It just wouldn't happen. So that's folklore. But from historical record, when it comes to in particular, when it did come to Pontius Pilate making a decision, yes, what Tacitus is writing about, that is also another piece of the record. There was an issue where he had to make a decision to put this person to death for political issues. There was worrying about an uprising from the Jews, and they wanted to placate them. And this person was causing such an issue, they wanted to just have it be dealt with. So that's another historical piece, that there was an individual that was causing turmoil in regards to his claims about being this Messiah. And the Jews did want him to be removed from the picture because he was blaspheming. And the Romans didn't want the Jews to have any more reason to become uh, disobedient, if you would, which ultimately happened within the history. But they were trying to just keep things at status quo. This Mashiach, he was definitely one of those catalyst pieces within that specific time. So these things together, the Talmud, the writing of Tacitus in regards to these Christians and their issues, the Sanhedrin, great historians, that is giving precedence as to why the majority of theologians recognize that Jesus the Christ was most likely a historical person.
But when we look at the external records of people in the time, there we see that there were, like you said, many different people claiming to be the Messiah. Josephus writes about a numerous amount of people who were causing turmoil, who were causing problems. So when people refer back to this guy claiming to be the Messiah who was causing problems, it still doesn't narrow it down to one specific person. It could be a small handful of people.
And yes, that's true. That is true. That's
So
historically accurate. What you just said is true.
if it's not a specific reference, it just says this guy that was causing trouble. Well, is that the Samaritan? Is that Jesus ben Aeneas? Is it Jesus Barbarossa? You know, it's like who specifically were they talking about? And to say, well, it could be talking about this is not the same as it is talking about it.
So there's another. I'm looking for. Let's see. To your point, the answer is yes, that's true. And I'm also, so I have a class I'm taking and stuff for historicities, and I need to ask more about that on the 22nd. There's going to be a special point in regards to this. But yes, to your point, yes, that's true. There's no record of an individual specifically that's clear that says this one guy, as it's written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, or not, obviously not those guys, but it's written within those gospel testimonies. Uh, it doesn't show that. What it does show, though, is that there is a line. So the closest we can come to is the genealogy. So the genealogy does lead down to Joseph, and it does lead to, it is very likely. Well, we know that he had children. None of, again, interestingly enough, none of them are like, well, this child was called Yeshua. That is also not there. That's not there in Jewish record. Genealogical record is not there. However, those that were in existence during this time, they do reference the brothers like James, and they do reference James also, although again the account is broken, does reference Yeshua, the Christ. This gives more specificity to a person that would have been in that area, that would have been related to Joseph in that day, to give to say that this person. But to your point, I think when it comes to Christianity, and you're saying, is there a guy who made the claim that he was God? Was there any evidence that he walked on water, turned water into wine, ascended to heaven, raised someone from the dead? If someone came back to life like Lazarus, I'm pretty confident that would make historical news just globally, right? Across the known world. We don't have record of that. So that in and of itself lends to some deep doubt in regards to these occurrences. So
And
I'm not making any claim about that.
let me just sidestep here to one of the things you said just a moment ago, talking about a record of James, the brother of Jesus, being the Christ. That comes from Josephus, right?
Let me double check. I don't remember if It's Josephus who makes that record.
Because there is somebody in the chat had brought this up earlier. In Josephus, there's a reference where it says James or Jesus, brother of James, who is called the Christ. And if that's what you're talking about, that same excerpt says that Jesus is son of Damnius.
I'm looking. So I know that he was killed. I know I need to go and take a look at the records for the genealogy. And see, that's the thing. Even when it's found, I know that James existed. I know that he was killed brutally. What becomes muddled is, did he have a brother named Yeshua? I don't know. I don't have any record for that. Did he directly make any claims that he had any siblings that were the Messiah? I don't have any record for that. I know that he did have brothers. But that's it. So again, I would need to reference other historians who have clearer source for why they would say that James was the brother of Jesus outside of the Gospels, right?
So
Because the
the
point is not to use the Gospel. Obviously, in the Gospels, that is the claim that's made. But outside of Gospel, I don't have any reference for that.
So the thing is, so all the evidence we have, the evidence leads to more questions, not answers. So that would be like circumstantial. Well, it could be this, it could be that. So it's circumstantial. And I think what a lot of historians are doing is they're just saying, well, it could be, so we're going to say it is, rather than we still don't have physical proof that it is.
But that's the thing. We don't have physical proof for any of the people that were not major players within that day, that were not part of leadership within government, or that wasn't kept in record from the actual, like family. So there's no genealogical record. What do we have?
Yes, Durgan.
What's that?
So look, there's sorry, I couldn't talk a minute ago, but so in Paul's letters to Galatians, he talks about like coming out of, I think, Arabia and going into I don't remember exactly what it is, but he talks about going to see Peter and James. And this is kind of one of the biggest things that make a lot of Christians think that James was the brother of Jesus. But when Paul is making the reference there, he's saying that James is not an apostle like him and Peter. He's saying that James is a brother in Christ, like this Christian brotherhood that they're talking about. That's what the reference is supposed to be. And you do have this being the foundation for anyone else who wrote anything about James being a brother of Jesus.
I would defer to what you're saying, because I certainly don't have any record for that.
Yeah, it's in the letters to Galatians.
Oh yeah. I mean, within Scripture, yes.
Right.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, but like
you're saying the context is more like brother in Christ.
Right,
not brother
and then
familial.
Right, not as a physical sibling. But Paul's letter is what is the foundational work for anyone who comes to this idea or writing or any kind of historical information with James becoming the brother of this historical Jesus. There was another point that I wanted to bring up, but I feel like it jumped my mind.
Is it can you guys hear me?
You're kind of quiet, but we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, let me see. I got this new headpiece thing so that my hands are free. So I'm just playing with the positioning of it. Quick question, because this was a lot of really interesting information, Saul. So the question is for you. So are you seeing, or I just want to understand your position, but are you seeing that the references of this character in the Talmud, like for example in Shabbat 104b, is evidence of some kind of historicity of a character named Jesus, but not necessarily the character that is depicted in the Bible?
Yes. Yeah. There is record of many characters that were making that claim. I think that the one in particular that made it more popular, the leader of the pack, so to speak, is the one that Christianity is making reference to. And because in the letters, in the letters between the Romans, just Tacitus, Flavius, Josephus, they were discussing the Christian sect and the rise of that sect. There's another book I'm looking for, I have as well, where it goes into a greater detail for this rabble, and they were very disparaging in how they depicted them. But basically, that yes, this leader came about and was serving as the main character that brought this to prominence. So yeah, between these sources.
Right. So this particular reference of, because the reference that you just read is talking about a character, Ben Stada. And I'm trying to like research a little bit more into this because this is really interesting first time I see it. But how can we make the correlation that this character, Ben Stada, is a direct reference to Jesus of Nazareth?
It's not. He's writing. He's the one that is making the writing.
Ben
He's
Stada
right.
is?
Ben Stada is. No, I'm sorry. I think he's being referenced. Let me go back. I'm taking a look at Rabbi.
He's a character being referenced
The
as the one
infamous
that
Ben
had.
Stada take magic spells out of Egypt and scratch on his flesh. They said to him he was a fool. You cannot cite proof from a fool. Right. So Ben Stada, not the Christ, but one of these types of examples of people making this claim and using what they could, whether it be magic or what have you, to substantiate
Right.
their claim.
Can I just also say real quick?
I'm sorry, just the last thing, just to clarify, because I'm kind of
go ahead.
trying to wrap my
Please.
So just to clarify, what you're saying is this is just a reference to one of these particular, let's say, prophets that would come up, but not particularly to the Jesus Christ.
Correct.
in the scriptures.
Yes.
Okay, so then how again do we use this then as proof of the Christ of the Bible?
So I'm taking a look. Hold on. I remember that Ben Stada, I think there was no name for this guy. And so I think they were using this as like in the same way that we reference like a Mussolini, perhaps, when we're talking about like this guy is a Mussolini, but we're not saying the person's name. We're saying that this is a guy that's like this other guy in these ways, but we're referring to someone different. We're not referring specifically to Mussolini exactly. So hold on, I'm looking up for Ben Stada.
By the way, I just wanted to add, in that verse that you're talking about from the Talmud, it does mention that this specific person is close to the kingdom meaning he's royalty. So if you look at the whole point of Matthew 1 and Luke 3, I believe it's Luke 3, is to show that he was of David's line. And the Talmud, the rabbis who wrote the Talmud, had no reason to agree with that fact. But obviously, during that time, the temple was still in existence, so they would have had all the genealogies, so they couldn't deny it.
Whoa.
Meaning,
No,
yeah.
that does not add up.
Yeah.
What doesn't add up?
It doesn't add up. Just
Because
the information.
the writing of Luke and what was the other gospel you mentioned? John?
Yeah.
Matthew.
They were Matthew. Sorry, Matthew and Luke were written way after the destruction of the temple.
On what basis?
Historical basis? What do you mean?
No, I'm saying on what basis do you, like, what are you grounding that in, that they were written well after the destruction of the temple?
The first of these gospels being written, which was Mark, is not dated anywhere earlier than 75 AD.
Well, that would really depend on who you ask, right? So you'd have to give me a specific reason. Like, for example, in the epistles, Paul gives us specific dates as to when he wrote these epistles. For some of them, not all of them. Like, he gives us the emperor that was ruling at the time, or the Caesar, whatever you want to call him, so on and so forth. So then we can, by that, we know, okay, he wrote it in approximately this year, approximately 50 something or 60 something AD. But we don't have that in the Gospels as far as when they wrote it.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I'd kind of want to ask you like a couple questions here, if that's okay. The first would probably be something along the lines of, if the disciples, if the Gospels were written at the time of this Jesus that they're talking about, why wouldn't have Paul made any references to these people?
I didn't say that they were written at the time of. It was definitely after his death. That was the whole idea, right? Even Mark tells us that he.
Right. Okay. Well,
Luke tells.
Right. Even if that wasn't the case, even if it wasn't written, if it was written afterwards, if these people actually existed during that time and were with Jesus, Paul's narrative of Jesus would have been completely different.
In what sense?
Paul doesn't talk about Mark, Matthew, Luke, or John. Paul doesn't talk about Jesus walking around on earth. He doesn't talk about 12 disciples. He doesn't talk about
he talks about
fish.
Luke.
He doesn't talk about any of this stuff.
He talks about
where
Luke, or
in what book?
Luke talks about him being in the same time.
Yeah, Luke talks about him
because around together.
No.
Well, that's what the whole book of Acts is about. Luke is writing that whole book about the travels of Paul, and he's
right. That's
one of the sidekicks.
That's Luke writing about it.
Right.
Where does Paul make any references to any of this? Because as far as I'm concerned, Paul dying in I think 66 or somewhere around that time, he couldn't have possibly. It doesn't add up for any of that to have happened during his lifetime, and we don't see any of that in any of Paul's writings.
Okay, well, again, I mean, it's all speculation at this point, right? As far as what the argument you've brought forth from either end,
okay,
it's just speculation as to when it's been written. So I don't see the taste.
No, it's okay. Yeah, that's fine. But
the other thing
earlier,
the other thing I wanted to mention, just because I've only listened to you guys for maybe 10 minutes or so. But I did catch you guys talking about Jesus's siblings, James specifically, and there are verses that specifically call him his brother in a way that you can't deny it. As for example, we know that Christians called one another, Paul does this a lot, brothers and sisters in the Lord, right? In that sense, and you guys already talked about that. But if you look in the Gospels, there are actually verses that call James his brother in the same breath as they're calling Mary his mother and talking about his other siblings. So it'd be very difficult to you'd have to really try to pull that one out of context. It's very clear that James is his brother.
Can you give me where are you getting this?
You can look at Mark 6, Mark chapter
Yeah,
6.
I don't I don't. Mark has no credibility as far as I'm concerned. We don't know who wrote Mark, and we know that it dates way after like what anything Paul wrote. Paul's already dead by the time Mark is written.
Even if it was written well after, which again I don't agree with, but let's just say that it was for the sake of this argument. Why would then that lead you to believe that he has no credibility? There were 500 eyewitnesses that were.
What are the 500 eyewitnesses that we're talking about?
Sorry, who were they?
Like what are these 500 witnesses that we're talking about?
Well,
when Paul talks about the
it
actually does, because when Paul talks about the 500, he's talking about people receiving revelation like he did.
So my reason for saying it doesn't matter who they were is because the only thing that matters is whether they were still alive for people to fact check them. And that was the whole point. Paul was pointing people towards, go fact check them. They're still alive. So it doesn't matter who they were. It just matters that they were still alive for people to be able to talk to them.
Yeah, I think I don't think we're going to get on the same page, because my understanding of what Paul's talking about is completely different than what you interpret Paul as.
Have you heard of the historian Herodotus?
The name sounds familiar. What was his writing?
He wrote a few hundred years before Jesus came on the scene. So he was still in the BC era. But my point for bringing that up, and this is really a point that you can make, for the majority of historians, is that he wrote about events literally almost 100 years after they took place. So he wasn't alive for any of it, but he went and he spoke to eyewitnesses or to people who spoke to eyewitnesses. And we don't have any problem taking that as history. But when it comes to Jesus, for whatever reason, we tend to have this bias, or really a lot of religious figures. I just see it very often with Jesus. We tend to have this bias of, okay, the standards that we hold for all other historical text, Jesus has to go above and beyond that. And I don't see why. He's just another historical figure.
Well, I think the problem here becomes that
who are we talking
because
about?
of
Writer. Top to date.
Sorry?
Which historian are you talking about, real quick, so I'm caught up to date? Who are you talking about doing the writing?
We were just talking about Herodotus.
Okay, so let's take a look at Herodotus. Go ahead and keep talking. I want to get caught up.
Yeah, go for it. You were saying something, Duragon?
Whatever it was, it skipped my mind.
Yeah,
sorry.
Fair enough. No worries, fair enough.
So in specific to the Sanhedrin, the Talmud, in the Talmud, the Sanhedrin 67a is much more specific when speaking about this, a person who would be attributed to be Yeshua Mashiach. It's in 67a that says, for all others liable for the death penalty, except for the enticer to idolatry, we do not hide witnesses. How do they deal with the enticer? They light a lamp for him in the inner chamber and place witnesses in the outer chamber so that they can see and hear him while he cannot see or hear them. One says to him, quote, tell me again what you said to me in private. And he tells them, he says, how can we forsake our God in heaven and worship idolatry? If he repents, good. If he says, this is our obligation and what we must do, the witnesses who hear him from outside bring him to the court and stone him. And so they did to Ben Stada in Lud and hung him on the eve of Passover. In this is from the Talmud is a record of the Sanhedrin's discussion in regards to the quote enticer. and they're making a much more specific reference. They don't use the name Yeshua. I don't know at this point in time or why specifically that was the case. They were speaking very much, though, about this. This is attributed to them speaking very much about Yeshua. And so, from a historical perspective, from the Talmud, this is one of those references as to the trial, their discussions in regards to whether or not he should be killed. And previous in the conversation was in reference to these others who were also making the claim and how they ended up. The issue was how whether or not he was making this direct claim, and in order to justify killing him according to their law, and how he should be killed so as not to make him a martyr to bring about even greater allegiance. So in this discussion, it's very, very specific that it's speaking to this about this person, speaking to them coming and making a claim to be the Messiah. So that's a historical record directly from the Sanhedrin and directly from the Jews in speaking about the trial.
And I'll just add a small little bit of information because I think it might solidify what you were just saying, Sol. And that is that just a bit of background, by the way. I was born in Israel. I'm Jewish, but I was brought up Messianic Jewish, or I'm a Messianic Jew, meaning a Jew that believes in Jesus as the Messiah. So basically, the way that Jews view Jesus, it would be absolutely ridiculous for him not to exist, because they actually have nicknamed him Yeshu. So the Hebrew name is Yeshua. That's the full name, which means salvation. But they nicknamed him Yeshu, which is an acronym that stands for, in Hebrew, it's Yimach Shmo V'Zichro, which literally means may his name and memory be erased. And smeared. So the level and the depth of disdain for this character is, it's to nickname him that, when you look at the Gospels, he didn't do anything specifically to the Jews. He went after the Pharisees, the leaders, but he didn't go against the Jews. He very much so loved the Jews, and the first believers were Jewish. So just think about for a second the level of disdain over history that was built up for this person that in Jewish eyes basically built this new religion. Why would that be the case if he didn't exist?
Because mythologies have power.
Okay, well, again, I don't think you've really digested what I just said, but
Actually, I did. You're making the claim that a book says a thing about a book, and because of that book said it, there's a built-up of disdain towards a character.
No, I'm saying that in their early writings.
Let's start with this. In the Talmud, what specifically does it talk about Jesus specifically in the Talmud? Where is historically translated accurately to be Jesus Christ?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Are you asking where
in the Talmud is it stated about Jesus Christ specifically? Because historians, such as myself, have looked at it and the translations don't exactly match up to your claim, does it?
I'm sorry, I keep missing what book you're referring. Are you saying Talmud or Torah?
Talmud.
Talmud.
I have a speech impairment. Please understand.
No. I just didn't hear you. Okay. Yeah, maybe Sol, you want to touch on that? I saw you wanted to.
So as I said before, Katz, the specific reference in the Talmud that I'm reading from now is the Talmud Sanhedrin 67a, and in that it doesn't say.
Could you give me the location again?
Yes, it is Sanhedrin 67a in the Talmud.
All right, thank you. Sorry, I'm looking at.
In that section, it does not speak the name of any individual specifically. It
Right.
has what is called the enticer. And
Right.
there are problems, inconsistencies, like, for example, number one, it says that in the Synoptic Gospels, it says Jesus was executed on Passover, right? But
Right.
this is not the eve of Passover when this is recorded. Number
Right.
two, Christ was not crucified in blood, according to
Right.
the Gospels, whereas the person that they're discussing was. And also, Ben Stada, which is a reference, they're not referring to Ben Stada in this specifically. They're talking about him, and he lived a century after Christ. So that's one of the biggest inconsistencies in regards to this being a reference to the Christ that's being spoken of, because Ben Stada, how could they be speaking about Yeshua when Ben Stada had lived at least 100 years after this claim? So those are the inconsistencies. On the other side, there are other historians who are saying that in regards to Christ's life, that this almost a century wasn't almost a century after, but was prior. And so that they were using this as a reference for how to deal with this type of person. And there are reasons why some historians believe that to be the case and others. So that's contested. But either way, to your point, in none of this is there any specific at least within the Talmud. I haven't gone through the Torah side, but within the Talmud and the Sanhedrin account, they're not speaking about, well, there is a reference to Yeshua, but that one is a reference within Sanhedrin 43a. And they're talking about on the eve of Passover, they hung Yeshua. And the crier went forth for 40 days beforehand, declaring that Yeshua is going to be stoned for practicing witchcraft, for enticing and leading Israel astray. Anyone who knows something to clear him should come forth and exonerate him. So this is in regards to the trial. He was an enticer, and God said, and they're quoting their law from Deuteronomy 13:9, to show him no pity or compassion, and do not shield him. So this is one of the other historical references that has been attributed to Yeshua Mashiach, or Yeshua who claimed to be Mashiach.
Right. And I'd point out, look, when you look at the historian, are they Christian historians or are they just historians? Because there's a different viewpoint on what the historiography of determining evidence is between the two types.
Yeah, so what I'm reading is I'm reading directly just from the Talmud, the sections.
Right. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm saying the reference that was being made by Jeff Bluffing about bringing up historians say this and historians say that, that's a very broad term. And here's the thing. When you say historians say, I would rather you actually look at the documentation and the evidence rather than say historians say.
Oh, yes.
Because,
so, yes, to your point, yeah. I have a list of both sides of different historians with different takes on how they are dissecting this. And yes, to your point, there is no
consensus.
There's no consensus, absolute, right, that this is Yeshua. But there
I
also
don't even think it leans one way or the other.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Just
because
so I
it's unclear. It's unclear.
Yes.
Just so I understand, Atheist Cats.
Yeah.
What is your claim essentially? You don't believe that Jesus
I'm a Jesus mysticist.
existed?
Yeah, I'm a mysticist based on the historical documentation.
Okay, so again, you're saying you do not believe that Jesus ever existed.
Correct. Not as a human being.
Okay. And
it's
so
possible that it was a combination of different people put together to be a narrative. That's a possibility. But as a singular person, no.
Okay, so then so you'd have to explain to me the standard by which you decide that, and then you'd have to apply that same standard to every other historical figure. Would that be fair?
I do.
Okay.
So give me a historical figure and we can do the comparison. Take your pick.
Well, what is the standard? I guess we should look at that first,
First
by
off, we
which
look at
you
primary and secondary source information. Are they any primary source information for Jesus?
there's no primary source information, as in what, firsthand eyewitness?
Yeah, that's what a primary source is.
Okay.
It's a
No, I'm just clarifying.
the document or an artifact created at the time of the event by an eyewitness.
So what would you then call the Gospels?
Those are not eyewitness accounts, nor were they created at the time period. You do not know who wrote the Gospels, except for information about Paul. Paul was not an eyewitness to Jesus.
Well, how do
Paul
you
was
know?
also
Let's go.
not. Sorry,
Yeah,
go
go
ahead.
for it.
For example,
How
who wrote the
Paul was,
who wrote the Gospels?
are you asking me?
Yeah.
So, well, it tells us, according to the Gospel itself, that it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
You do not know who the people are. Those names were attributed to the Gospels later around the 4th century by church tradition.
But you could
The
say
Gospels
that
themselves
about.
are anonymous.
You understand, though, that you could say that about any historical document. You could
Incorrect,
say,
because we can actually prove some historical documents was written by the person who wrote them. But
okay,
the
well, how
Gospels
about
themselves are anonymous.
Herodotus, right? How do
Sure.
you prove that this historian actually wrote it and it wasn't someone else?
Well, we have other eyewitness accounts. We got primary source documentation. We have other samples of his markings of the time period. We have ways to tell. But let's say we can't. Okay? We could throw that out. Fine.
Okay, well
Is
then
it a
let's go
primary
on
source
to the
document
next.
though at the time period?
Let's go on to the next historian. How do you know that any of them are not under some sort of alias and weren't written, 50, 100, 200, 300 years later? By what standard do you judge them?
Oh, well, we can tell if they were written later or not. We have ways to date things.
Okay, so for example,
Both in scientific measures, such as dating the materials, and also linguistics is another way. We can tell was it found along other artifacts of the same time period. There's a whole method to how we determine what is historical probability or accurate.
okay, and so what is it about, for example, the Gospels? What evidence do you have that they weren't written, say, within the 1st century?
Well, we can start by looking at what the earliest piece of any of it is. That would be P50. I think it's P52. Was it P? Yeah, P50. No, P. Trying to remember. Is it P52 or P5?
What is that? The earliest fragments found?
I think it's P50.
Is it P?
The
just
credit card
P50?
size.
Yeah,
Gospel
P50.
of John.
Right.
I think it's 52. I think it's
Yeah.
52.
Is it 52? Okay, sorry. I'm pretty sure it's 52. Wasn't sure. The most we got that dated is between 125 and 175 CE.
Okay, so you're saying that those are the earliest, I don't know what you call them, fragments?
It's the earliest known fragment between 100 and 160 CE. Sorry.
Okay, and so what is the earliest known fragment for, say, Herodotus?
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean? We
It
got to
really doesn't
judge it by
matter.
the same standard.
Well, no. Here's the problem. I made a statement about the Bible. What you're trying to do is whataboutism. Don't need to do whataboutism.
No,
Take a look at what the Bible is.
I'm trying to see if we're looking at it from a fair point of view, right? Because if you make the claim that...
Wait a minute. Are you claiming historically I'm not looking at a fair point of view because I'm using historical methods?
No, I didn't say that. I said I want to make sure that
Do you know what the historical... Wait a minute. Here's the question. Do you know what the historical methods of determining information is?
I'm sure that I can logically walk you through some of them.
No. Not logically. There's an actual process. Do you know it?
Not like a historian would. No, maybe.
So do you
could
think
enlighten me.
wait a minute? Do you think it's fair to make the claim that I'm looking at something with a bias as opposed to the information that I'm looking at? Am I incorrect about the dating for P52?
No, but that's why I asked you the same to judge Herodotus by the same standard, and you said, well, he doesn't matter. So that's why I'm pointing out the fact that
Well,
maybe there
if
is a bias.
Herodotus died around early 400 BCE, and we found the earliest manuscript is actually from the second half of the 5th century BCE.
Sorry, say that again?
Is Herodotus claiming to be a primary source?
Herodotus?
Is he claiming to be a primary source in your claims?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
When I first mentioned
So it
him, I
doesn't
mentioned
matter
that
if
he
the
wrote
documentation
things.
was written later. The Bible is claiming to be eyewitness accounts, yet the earliest we find is roughly 70 to 100 years later than the actual event.
So let's take Josephus, okay?
Okay.
Josephus.
Let's talk about Josephus.
So Josephus.
Was Josephus an eyewitness?
I'm not talking about his writings about Jesus. I'm just giving you him as an example. He wrote about the wars. He wrote about the war.
Once again, why do we keep going about whatism if we're talking about Jesus in the Bible?
Well, we're trying to develop some sort of standard.
We have a standard that you don't know what the standard is, do you? You've already admitted that. You're applying what you think wait a minute. You're applying what you think the standard is. You would have a better argument if you went and studied what historiography is and how these things are developed and talked about and researched than to make claims based on what you think the logic is.
So, Atheist Cats, we're trying to determine whether you're judging the text about Jesus and the text about any other historical figure in a similar manner. That's all I'm trying to do here. So,
can I ask you a question, Baffling?
Sure. I'm not sure who just spoke, but go for it.
Yeah, that was Tilt Pagan here in the corner. Sorry, Cats. Baffling. If Herodotus said something like Zeus rode across the sky with lightning and destroyed an army, would you take that claim seriously?
If Herodotus wrote about that?
Yeah, if Herodotus wrote that, would you just say, oh, well, whatever he writes is probably not trustworthy?
Again, I would have to have several accounts of it, not just from one person.
But okay, let's say there were 100 accounts from 100 different people in the 5th century BC that said Zeus rode across the sky, floating on a chariot, throwing lightning bolts at people. Would you take those accounts seriously?
It would start to sound a lot more legitimate to me, but I don't take the accounts of Jesus's miraculous nature and miracles that he did just based on the eyewitness accounts. I take it based on the whole of Scripture, which pointed to a figure well before this figure came on the scene that would do all these things. And there's no human being. Human beings don't have the ability to.
Can I?
Well,
Cats,
give me 1 second, guys. I'm sorry.
Let him finish because I want to interject here.
It sounds like what you're saying to me is that.
Paul, I'm really sorry. Just let me see what's going on here. Baffling, can you just finish that point because I have a.
Sorry. Yeah. So.
Baffling, can you finish that point real quick?
Yeah. All I was trying to say is that the reason for my faith in Scripture and my belief that it is the Word of God is not just based on the eyewitness accounts that we see in the Gospels and throughout the New Testament. It's also based on the fact that well before Jesus came on the scene, there were many, many prophecies that pointed to the fact that a figure that Jesus matches the description of this figure would come on the scene and do all these miraculous things.
Okay. I understand what you're saying there. My question becomes, do you think it's possible that these people would have had access to the writings that you're talking about and they would have been able to write out as prophecies fulfilled when they never did?
So you're talking about self-fulfilling prophecies?
Right.
So let's just try one out for an example, okay? So say one of the prophecies is that this figure, this Messiah figure, was supposed to be born in Bethlehem, okay? So now we all know that we don't get to choose where we're born or when we're born. But let's just say that's not good enough, because Jesus could have been born like many other thousands of people in Bethlehem and realized that because he had a knowledge of the scripture and said, hey, I was born in Bethlehem. Maybe I give this whole Messiah, um, Messiah thing a try. Let's see if it catches on. Okay, so Bethlehem alone as a prophecy is not enough. But then we also have prophecies such as Daniel 9 that tell us that this Messiah isn't only going to come at a very specific time in history, but also that he would die. So, and there's many prophecies that we could walk through. But the point being, why, if someone was claiming to be the Messiah and knew that the end of this Messiah figure was death, and obviously if this person is not supernatural in any way, he knows that death is the final stop for him, why would he continue that charade? Try and
That's a
make...
bad argument, because that's a martyrdom argument. And just because somebody believes something to be true and dies for it does not mean the actual thought
No,
is
that's
true.
not my point. That's not my point. Many people believe you see
Literally
this
your
a lot in
point.
religion.
Why did he
You
do
see
that if
this
he knew he was going to die for it?
No, you see this a lot in religion where people literally believe something fully and they're willing to die for it. But that's not my point. That's totally different. My point is he didn't have anything to believe in. I'm saying he saw an opportunity to be this
If he existed, he
Messiah
would have been a
character.
Jew.
We're already speculating that Jesus existed and that he was born in Bethlehem. Like that, we're already jumping the gun here. So I think you
play
missed what
this game.
I think. No, I think you missed the point that I was making. The point that I was making is if Jesus never existed, and there was a prophecy written about a Jesus coming, 200 years prior to this idea, and then you have a person who actually writes out a narrative, writes out fiction, writes out a story of a prophecy fulfilled by a Messiah, and this just gets copied down the line, and people just read it and they follow it. That doesn't necessarily mean that this entire thing happened.
Well, you're starting with I get what you're saying, but then that means you're starting with the premise that this Jesus character never existed. But that would mean that you would have to annul what Josephus wrote about him, what Tacitus wrote about him, what Thalius wrote about him, what John the
I
Baptist
can,
wrote about him.
wait a minute. Can I target those things though? Because these are histories. Hold on.
Can I just say the
Baffling.
Tacitus
What's
thing real
actually okay?
fast?
Go ahead.
I'm really sorry. So the writings that we're talking about with Tacitus and Pliny, they're just talking about what they heard from Christians, nothing about a Jesus, and how silly that they think that what the Christians believe are. That's all we have as far as writings from Tacitus.
Yeah, so
I'm gonna jump down, guys. If I could get 2 sentences in.
Yeah.
When I brought up Zeus earlier, and
Don't let pagans
the
speak.
yeah, when I brought up Zeus earlier, when I brought up Zeus earlier, and the little, BS story of him flying through the air and hundreds of witnesses writing about it, you said you would consider it because of the amount of witnesses, and then you went on to say that only Jesus could have fulfilled a prophecy or something like that. So I just think that it's completely disingenuous. I think you were literally lying when you said you would consider it because hundreds of witnesses said something about it. I
First of
think in
all,
any other condition, anything you see that is ridiculous, like if someone makes claims that pigs are flying and thousands of people say it, I don't think you would take that seriously, and nor would anyone else. So
People literally die
yeah.
every day because they believe homeopathic remedies will save them from cancer, and then they die.
right, so that's why I gave the clear example that my faith isn't just based on eyewitness accounts. my faith is also based on the fullness of Scripture, and a big part of Scripture, one of the biggest parts, is prophecy. So
Yeah,
we
but the
can,
prophecy is only fulfilled in the book itself.
well, it's
I'm sorry
fulfilled
I tried to bring
in
you up. I don't know
If
what
I
happened.
write something's going to I predict something's going to happen in chapter 1 or 2 of my book, and then later somebody adds to my book and makes that prophecy happen by continuing the story. Is that prophecy?
no,
Is
but
it
when
evidence that
you
actually happened?
no, but that's not how prophecy works, right? If you write something 500, let's say you write something today, okay, a
Cool.
prophetic word, and
Name one.
500, sorry,
When
Name one. Name one prophecy that's come true. Name one.
who am I speaking with? Sorry, I can't see the bubble.
probably Jmike.
Mike, name one prophecy that's been fulfilled. And if you say the temple, I'm going to point out that Mark was written after the destruction of the temple.
Well, the temple is a really good one, but I wouldn't be pointing
It's
to
not a
Mark.
good one.
I would be,
You do
I
realize that
wouldn't be,
historians all
well,
agree that Mark was
can
written
I,
after the destruction of the temple? Do
can,
He
you
can I
acknowledge
disagrees,
at
that?
least,
but
can
you
I
are
at
right,
least
J.
finish the
Mike.
sentence?
Wait a minute. Let him get his sentence out, please.
So what I was saying is the temple is a good example, but I wouldn't point you to Mark as the prophecy. I would point you to Daniel, which was written over 500 years before that
No, it
No,
That's
wasn't.
a
no,
book with the
no,
It
prophecy
was
no.
so we can
not.
look
First of
at.
all,
Hold
wait,
on.
hold on, whoa.
Yeah, you said Daniel,
Yeah,
and me and Dargan both like had ding 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 like ring off on
Actually,
our
I'll let
heads
them
because we
handle it.
know how
so
Christians take Daniel 7, Daniel 9, like a son of man on the clouds. That we
can you
understand how Christians interpret that. But Dargan, go ahead.
can,
Just this is a field day for both of us.
can we also concede to the idea that like Daniel got like the succession of the king wrong in his writings?
which succession of the kings?
Who was it? Was it Nebuchadnezzar or who am I talking about?
Yeah.
Daniel was
Daniel.
actually the one
Are
who.
you talking
I
about?
don't know if you guys read about this, but
Sorry, go ahead. I'm thinking of Antiochus. Is
I
that
don't know
what
if
I'm
you guys
thinking
are
of?
aware of this, but there's a king in the book of Daniel by the name of Belshazzar, and
Belshazzar. There we go.
he was believed to have been an absolutely made up fictional character up until about 40 or 50 years ago, where they found his name in I can never remember what they're called, Stella or Stele, whatever you call them, Stele, like basically carved into a
Stone tomb.
like one of those big stone tablets. Yeah. And so nowadays historians take this Belshazzar character to be very real. So just
It's
take a
it's
moment
not
to
about
think about it before you
it's not
claim that
about
Book of
whether
Daniel
it's
is not
believable or not.
historically accurate.
That's not it's not that. It's just like I said, getting the succession of which king followed afterwards was
Or even
getting
Well,
just
that.
we'd have to
the
look at
general
it.
understanding during the intertestamental period, right? Like, in order for us to understand what's being expressed, you have to understand the context, right? You have to understand the context in antiquity. For example, placing Jesus not in a first century Palestinian context, you're already just gonna be everything you depict about Jesus will be wrong, or at least in the abductive historical sense, most likely or most probable to be wrong, because that's what history deals with. It deals with probabilities, deals with what's most likely true given the data. Now, given the data and given Daniel and given the intertestamental period, apocalyptic writings are prompting up very specifically, right? Jews had been oppressed by the Persians, by the Assyrians, by the Suclitic kings, by the Ptolemies, by the Romans, etc. And you have this immense type of issue where people are starting to go, we're God's chosen people, and we're just getting our ass kicked, like over and over. We're getting oppressed and getting our ass kicked, and so you get these types of apocalyptic texts like Daniel and other texts in the intertestamental period. And the whole point is that it's supposed to reconcile this oppression, with eventually God coming down with the Son of Man to establish the kingdom of God, or a Jewish Messiah king that comes in, establishes the independence of of Israel. And when you put all that together, Daniel's making a very clear apocalyptic message that Jesus draws upon, right? I mean, Mark 9:1, truly I tell you, some of you won't stand here until you see the kingdom of God come in power. He talks to the high priest during his arrest. You will see the Son of Man come on the clouds with great power. And all
So
this,
so
all
J
what's
Mike,
being but all what's being derived here is an imminent apocalyptic message where judgments cast on earth, the powers of evil are taken out, right? And God's kingdom is established on earth. That's why if we even grant that Jesus existed, it's not going to play you very well, because drawing on Daniel and these texts in the intertestamental period that Jesus is drawing upon is just the fact that he thinks there's an imminent cosmic judgment about to happen. It doesn't happen in the disciples' lifetime, and that's why Luke and John
well
de-emphasize the message. Right? That's why
well
you don't
let's
get
test out
apocalyptic
your
messages.
let's test out your theory then, because I understand where you're going with this. You're going to claim
Well,
that
let me just.
according to
I'm
critics.
glad to test it. I'm glad
Well,
to test it, but only if we have similar grounds. Do you care about dissimilarity in independent attestation and contextual credibility? Because if you don't, then it's going to be really hard to agree.
well, if you dumb that down for me, I might be able to agree or disagree.
Yeah. So these are historical. This is historical criteria used by historians, assuming Jesus existed. Right. Independent attestation, for example. John the Baptist being, I mean, if we just grant that these are independent writers, John the Baptist being baptizing Jesus in all the Gospels, a lot of scholars want to say like there's really good evidence for the case that Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist. And you have something like dissimilarity. Dissimilarity is something like John the Baptist baptizing Jesus. That's dissimilar to what Christians would think. I'm sorry, it's not something that Christians would be likely to make up, because what that shows is that Jesus is spiritually inferior to someone like John, and the Gospel of John goes out of its way to make a verse talking where John the Baptist is saying, "Hey, why am I baptizing you? You're God. Like, what am I doing?" And that verse doesn't pass dissimilarity, the criterion of dissimilarity, because it's precisely something that Christians would be likely to make up. Just think about the criterion of embarrassment that Christians love to use about women, right? About their testimony. It's something, the idea of dissimilarity is it's not something that's likely that Christians would make up. It's something that they would be likely to do away with. And since that exists in Mark apocalyptic messages, it passes independent attestation, because the apocalyptic messages in Mark 9:1 and Mark 13:30 are independently attested. If you take Q, they're attested in M, L, and Mark. So the apocalyptic messages are early in our traditions, and they pass independent attestation, and they pass contextual credibility, because we know of historical contexts from Josephus, like Theudas and the Egyptian, that there were apocalyptic preachers, especially the Dead Sea Scrolls. And what you end up getting is that my view on Jesus being a failed apocalypticist, if we grant he existed, the best historical thing that we could provide for Jesus, mine passes all of those criteria, whereas yours in Luke, where they change, like Luke 17:20-21, where they change the kingdom of God being a spiritual thing but not a literal thing, that doesn't pass independent attestation. You can only find it in Luke. It doesn't pass dissimilarity, because that's something
Well,
Christians are
I
likely to
think
make up, right?
I
So
think
the point
what
is
we're
that
doing.
my view, if we run them through this criteria, mine's more likely to be probably true.
So, J Mike, I'd be more than happy to spend the next half an hour to whatever it takes with you guys, but you're going to have to make a bit more of an effort to share the stage so that we can have a fair dialogue.
I mean, that's
Because
fine.
I know that
But if you just don't, if you already don't understand historical criteria involved in your text, all that expresses to me and everybody else on the stage who's familiar, like Katz and Dargon, all that expresses is that you don't apply a critical analysis. Otherwise, you would have said, "Hey, I use this other criteria. I'm okay with other self-imposed criteria. You don't have to use mine, but we should run it and see if it's actually a good methodology." But it doesn't seem like you have anything to offer. It seems like all you have is some book says a thing. I'm not interested in some books as a thing because that proves everything that you want it to prove. I'm interested in running it through some type of critical analysis. What that's going to involve,
Oh
what
my
that's
God.
going to what that's going to involve is some type of critical analysis where you impose constraints on yourself, given the ones that I offered.
All right. Well, let's see if the 30 seconds of what I have to say holds any weight. We'll see if you feel like it's a fair analysis and fair, logical, step by step.
Sure, only if it's
walking
not, hey,
through
Jesus said this, because then I'm going to ask you, hey, does that saying of Jesus pass
No,
the
it actually has
similarity?
nothing. It actually has
Okay,
nothing to do
great.
with
That's
what Jesus
perfect.
said or didn't.
That's
Yeah.
perfect.
So if again, and you said that this is going to be a heyday for you guys because you love Daniel 9. So let's get to it then. Let's have a look at Daniel 9 if you don't mind.
But that's the thing. Anything that you use, if you understand the criterion of dissimilarity, if you go back to use Old Testament text to make a theological point, you've already not passed the criterion of dissimilarity. The criterion of dissimilarity is precisely that, making theological points. Like if I have Spider-Man 1 and I write Spider-Man 2, there's a lot of things I'm likely to retrofit or make up, right? That this is like obvious.
Well, okay, so either you give me 30 seconds to walk through it
No,
and
that's
suffer through
fine.
it, if that's what it takes, or you just decide, hey, I don't want to have this conversation. That's okay too.
Fine. I just want to make sure I have measurements here that before you speak, you don't waste time, in the sense that if you just say, hey, Daniel 9 says this, and that corresponds to my interpretation of what Jesus said, that doesn't pass dissimilarity. It's something precisely that Christians are likely to retrofit. That's the entire basis of cult apocalyptic cults. What they do first is reinterpret when they got it wrong. The first thing that they do is reinterpret. We have like one person in history that's ever said they're wrong about a cult like apocalyptic message.
I'll let you interpret it so that I'm not muddying the waters. Okay, so are you familiar with what Daniel 9 says?
Yes.
Okay, what does it talk about?
This isn't 20 questions. You tell me based on what you interpret Daniel 9, and then I'll counter your interpretation with mine, or with what the scholarly consensus is. This isn't set me up for a question. You're providing your analysis and objection to my claim.
All right, so let's go through it then. So first off, based on the biblical point in history that this was written, it was written 500 and something BC. Now I know you don't agree with that, because the critical scholarship says that it was written around 168 BC. Okay.
Yep.
So I'll just concede to that point for a moment here, even though I don't agree with it, just for the sake of this argument.
But if you don't agree, that's the thing that I'm interested in. You don't agree with some dating, and you have another dating. I want the critical analysis on why your dating is right. Otherwise, I don't care. I don't care about you granting my position. I care about seeing whether or not your position stacks up to critical analysis. That's the whole point. If you're just going to make that chess move, it's not a chess move. You just threw all the chess pieces off the board and shit on the board.
Jmike, for the point I'm making, it makes no difference whether
bluffing. Actually, it does. Wait a minute, bluffing. It does, because for you to just dismiss that information, we need to know why you're dismissing it.
Exactly.
So if I walk you through the text that I want to, you'll understand very clearly why it doesn't matter.
Just tell us your view on it. That's the scrutiny we want to hear, right? That's the scrutiny that we want to apply.
My view on when it was written is based on the very first verse in that chapter that tells us when it was written. So I don't need to give you any more detail than that. You guys obviously understand.
So you're conceding you don't need a historical independent criteria. That's what you're admitting to me. Can we have? Because I like to clean things up.
No.
I'm saying. So it is the case that you do. What's the historical criteria then? Let's just not beat around the bush, right? Let's not beat around the Lance bush. Just tell me exactly what it is the criteria that you use.
I'm making it easy on you. I'm saying This
isn't easy. This is making it difficult. Just tell me the criteria you use. I gave you mine. Why is this difficult?
I'm saying let me concede. I'm asking you, let me concede that it was written in one.
No.
See,
That's not what I'm.
okay, and
That's
let's
just to not. That's
proceed
just
from
to
there.
not engage. That's just not to engage with my concern. My concern is that you have a view. I'm not interested in you because it's easy to weasel out and just concede a point. I want to know why. Look, because all you're expressing to me when I want to concede in 100 BC as opposed to 500 whatever. All you're expressing to me is this is a really easy way for me not to justify my view and the years that I think attribute to it. And I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in you justifying your claim, right? You and justifying your view versus my view,
Jmike,
not accepting mine for
I
the sake of the
just,
argument. I'm interested in
Jmike,
comparing our views.
Jmike, I just told you the
If you're
reason
not
I
going to
believe
do
it
that,
was
then I'm
written
not
in.
interested in discussing with you because you're a dodger and I don't care about dodgy
No,
McDodgenstein.
I literally, I don't know if anyone else heard it, but I literally just told you why I believe it was written in 530
Okay, great.
BC.
So what's the historical criteria that you use? What's one of the criterion? Just name one of them.
When a document tells me, when the author of a document tells me, gives me a specific date for his writing, I would need a specific other reason to think otherwise, right? Why would I?
No,
Why
that's
would I?
garbage. That's
Are you
fucking
wait a minute?
garbage. Your position, yeah, Katz, you go ahead.
I
Your
think I
position stands
are
on
you
your merit. For you to defer to other
wait a
people
minute.
is lazy and garbage and shows that you're not
Okay, hold
intellectually
on.
honest.
Bluffing. Are you referencing Darius or Darius, the son of
Darius,
sorry,
as
the
in
son?
the
Yeah.
date,
Okay,
as
that's
in the
what is
date
that what you're using for your proof?
for when it was written.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So that
Except
is
one problem. There's no historical record of such a person and no record of a king between Belshazzar and Cyrus.
there
So
actually
already
is.
the problem is you're already assuming something when there's no evidence for that thing outside of
Okay, so
the
if
document.
a historian wrote about this specific
He's
Darius,
not
would
a
that be
historian.
sufficient
Wait a minute.
evidence?
Daniel is not a historian.
Not Daniel, not Daniel.
Not even the
Although
writer is a historian.
no, I'm saying an extra biblical
Who?
historian. Would that
Who?
count as evidence?
Who wrote it?
I'm asking you, would that
I'm
count as
asking
evidence?
who. Now I'm starting to get pissed because you keep dodging. Who wrote it? Who wrote
How
this
am I
extra
dodging?
information?
You asked me
Who
by
wrote
what
this extra
basis.
information?
I will tell you, but
I'm waiting.
you're asking me. You're asking me
It's
by
just a
what?
name. Give
You're
a name.
asking me.
Just give the name.
You
Bluffy,
you are
I don't
making
think
a
you understand what the
specific.
effort is. Just give the name.
Okay, so the way that conversation works,
Did you
right?
give the name when I asked the question?
You
Bluffy,
don't.
I asked you a very
You.
detailed, specific question to give me the name of the historian who gives evidence for this guy existing outside of the Bible. Who is the historian?
So by your very logic, you're
Once
evading
again,
yourself
who is the historian, Bluffy?
because
Bluffy,
I
stop it. Bluffy, seriously. Can you not
J
answer the
Mike
question?
asked
Just
me.
answer the question. Just give the name.
J Mike
Just
asked me
give
the
the name.
same question I'm
Bluffy,
asking you.
just give the fucking name.
J Mike asked
Give
me
the
the
name.
same question
I'm
I
going to keep
asked
doing
you.
this. Give the name. Because Bluffy, I asked you a very specific question, and you actually said there's a historian. Is there a historian outside the Bible
Yes.
that proves
Yes,
it?
there
What's the
is.
name of the historian?
So I asked you a question
Give
first.
the fucking name of the historian.
If you want to play
Give the name of
nice,
the
then
historian.
we can continue. If
Just
you
give the
don't,
name of the
Why don't you
historian.
just
Why is this
tell him the
hard?
name? Like what is why do you have to gatekeep
I
it if
have
you know it? Like if someone asks me and I go, "Oh, Paula Fredrickson also holds the apocalyptic Jesus view." James Tabor or Bart Ehrman or Dr. Mark Goodacre, if I just go or Tim O'Neill, if I just go down, I have many of historians I can hand to you and I don't have any problem. I actually want to show that. Right?
I have
It
no
sounds
problem.
like you don't actually have a name to give.
I have no problem with
Then
sharing
give
a
the
name.
name. What the fuck?
My point is that you guys are trying to have a conversation.
No. Just give the name.
Trying to have a conversation.
Give the name.
Okay, if you guys aren't able to have a conversation.
Give the name.
Here comes the part where he leaves because
I'm not going to let him dodge. And anybody who knows me knows I'm like this. It was a specific, direct question to a claim you made, and you are doing everything possible to avoid giving the name.
Who asked you the question first? Did
Baffling.
you ask me the
Give
question first, or
the
did
name.
I
I
ask you
asked you a question.
first?
No, I asked you a question. And
Okay,
you
but
said,
I asked you a
wait a
question
minute,
first.
baffling,
So how do we decide?
you
How
flat
do we
out said
decide?
there's a historian out there. You made
How
the
do
claim
we?
there's a historian. Just give the name.
Okay, if I give you the
Give the name.
name,
No,
does that
just give the name.
count?
Give the name.
If this
Give the name.
historian exists,
Just give the name.
does that count
Give
as
the name.
evidence?
Give the name.
I simply
Give
want to see if there's
Give
a
the name.
bias involved here or not.
Give the name.
That's not too much for me
Give
to
the name.
ask.
Give the name. Give the name. Give the name. Give the name. Just say the name.
Because if you had the name, you would just be like, all right, to shut you up, it's Paula Fredrickson or it's Dr. Mark Goodacre or whatever,
Well,
right?
if
You
you
would
guys
just give
really
the
wanted
name,
to
and then
know
you
the
and then you
name,
would get the point. Yeah,
if
just
you
go ahead.
really
Give the
wanted to
name.
know,
He's
if you
going to tell
really
me to look
wanted
it
to
up
know the
myself.
name, you would answer my question. It's a fair question. If
No, it's
I
not.
provide
Apple,
you with a
just give the name.
historian,
Give the
does
name.
that
Give
count
the name.
as evidence?
Give the name.
No, it's an appeal. No, it's not. Look, so if you just give one person, no, it's not evidence. Evidence is
Okay,
the
so
actual.
that's
But
okay.
Listen. There's a difference between a consensus and appealing to the evidence that you can look at. Why does the consensus agree with this? Well, here's the evidence. You can evaluate that. You can evaluate the findings, and then make your conclusion. And sure, I
Right.
grant you that, like, given a consensus, that's good evidence. That's good evidence in the sake of science. It's not
Okay,
good
so I
evidence
agree
in the
with
sake of abductive methodology where people
I
imprint
agree with you,
their
Jmike.
own beliefs into it, right?
I agree
I
with
would
you,
say
I agree
if
with you,
it's
Jmike.
evidence that it proves it to me. So can you please give us the name? It will prove it to me.
Yeah, so I'm happy that Jmike at least was willing to answer me, and I will give you the name now.
We weren't
I
doing.
agree with
I'm
you.
not doing it as a sense of evidence. I just want you to give the name because I'm not convinced you
Oh,
have
I
a
know.
name.
I understand that, and here's the thing. I agree with you. You do need a consensus, but I was
No,
just trying to point out Atheist Cat's bias that he wouldn't even agree that it is some form of evidence. So the name of the historian, the
Nah.
name of the
the name of
historian.
one historian is not a consensus. Like, if you just
I
name
agree
some
with
guy
you.
that
I
thinks
just
that
said I
Matthean
agree with
priority
you.
is true.
This is directly at me.
Said
Well,
I
well,
agree
I
with
don't.
you.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think Katz has been contradicted, right? So
Jmike, hold on.
So,
Because he's trying to say I'm looking at it with a bias. If you give me the
okay.
name, I can actually look at the information. I can check
Yeah, so here's
exactly,
Shut up.
here's the name.
Shut
The name
up
of the
for a moment.
historian
You're
is
going to shut up for a moment, Baffle, because I'm going to finish what I'm saying.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
well, he might actually give the name. Actually, finally,
I just did. The name of the historian is Xenophon.
There we go.
Seafoam.
Xeno.
The Greek philosopher.
Phone. I believe that's
The
how
Greek
it's spelled.
philosopher.
Type it in chat because you were breaking up for me, and I want to actually Google it.
I got it.
He
He's
was-
a
I
Greek
didn't hear what he said. I just
philosopher
heard like
between-
seafoam or something
He
like
was
that. I don't
about
know what he
80.
said.
Wait a minute,
He
hold
was
on.
about 80 years after Herodotus. 60
Right.
or 80 years,
No.
something like that.
He is. Wait a minute. I can give you the information. From what we know, he was a
Greg,
philosopher
did he not say
between
seafoam?
between 431 and 354 BCE. And you're telling me that he has evidence for this claim
For what claim?
that that guy existed.
Sorry, that's with an E at the end, not an S.
I have the name.
No, I was just writing in the comments for others.
So your claim is he gave evidence.
Somebody just give the real name in the comments because I still
this is what
think
I'm
it's
going to do. Wait a
seafoam
minute.
right now.
This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to mute.
Yeah,
I'm
Guidey.
going to check the information, and I'll come
Fail,
back
you got it right.
to look at the information he's claiming.
Well, Guido and people are fucking with me and like xylophone and xenophone. I just want to know. I just want to know what the name is.
It's what Guido whatever wrote. I'm quite certain.
Oh, okay, let me scroll up. I didn't see that. Oh, xenophone. Okay, thank you. I was like,
I just saw what you're referencing. That's not the case. This is what some people, some theories have equated the figure that he references, Zastri II. that is described by Xenophon as being Darius, but there's no evidence that it is. He doesn't even say it is. Do you
The
understand?
king
Just
that
because some people claim to make the connection, but there's no actual evidence for a connection, nor does the guy actually say it's him, that's not evidence.
no,
Yeah,
the
you're also talking
connection
about a
that
guy who
is
has a garbage moral philosophy, but I mean, I'm just a philosophy nerd, so that's
the
like talking about
connection.
Xenophon for me is just like, ugh.
So the connection
But I'm
that's made
biased.
by Xenophon is the fact that the Persians and the Medes ruled at the same time. So there was a Median family that married with a Persian family, and
We
Cyrus
know.
came from that marriage. His
But
uncle was this King Darius that's spoken of in Daniel, and they actually ruled together for several years until the Persian side of things became stronger. So you can look that up. You can read it over and see whether it qualifies or not. But you asked
I
for a
have.
source, and I'm
It
giving you one.
doesn't. Wait a minute. It doesn't. And
So,
here's why.
so
Your claim
here's
that they,
another
wait a minute.
point to
I will
show your
explain
bias. It
why.
took
If
you
you
all
let
of
me
5
finish.
minutes.
Okay, he won't let me
It took
finish.
you all of 5
All right.
minutes to
Keep going.
determine that it's
Keep going.
not a good
Keep
source.
going.
That shows your bias
No, no,
right off
no.
the bat.
I'm saying the
He's not
connection.
even giving a criteria. He's just like, this guy thinks so, but he didn't do it based on a criteria.
No, that's the
And
thing.
then
He doesn't even think so. That's the point. The guy he claims, the reference, Xenophon, does not in any way, shape, or form state that this is Darius in any way.
So his historical account is at the very least several pages long. So you're telling
Yes, I
me
know.
you
It's a
read through
criteria.
his account
It's
in this
xenophobia.
last 2 minute
It
period?
is criteria. I looked at the document. You know how we can do this? We have amazing things when it comes to technology to look for
Atheist
names
cat,
and
you're making
information.
yourself look really, really silly right now. You should take the time to read it
Uh
and
huh.
then come back
Uh huh.
with some criticism.
Uh huh. Baffling. Why I love your attempt at trying to degrade me. It didn't work because here's the thing: we can search through documents now. We don't have to read the whole thing to find out information. Guess what name is never mentioned in his writings ever?
How many kings? Look up the kings in
Once
the Persian
again.
time and see how
Once
many names they
again.
had. They had a
Once
throne
again.
name.
Once
Atheist
again.
cat.
Why
They
can't
had
you
a
answer the
throne
question?
name.
Why can't you answer the question?
I am answering the question. They had a throne name, and then they had their own personal name. Do you agree with that?
Except the fact that his throne
Do you
name
agree
was
with that?
not Darius. Can you show me evidence in any
Wait a
text
second. Wait a
that
second.
shows
One
that?
step at a time. One step at
Oh
a
no,
time.
I can agree. I've already agreed. Here's
Okay.
the problem. You are assuming that his real name, not his throne name, is Darius. You need to prove that now.
So that is a good question. How do we know that it's Darius? How do we know that it's not just some other king? So he goes into the history of the Persian family that came to power, and he goes into the history of the Mede family, Medianite Mede. I don't remember how you would say that, but anyway, the Mede family that came into power. Sorry.
Well, I don't know. I'm not very specific with that, but it sounded like you're saying Midianite, but probably not.
Yeah, probably not Midianite. Something to that extent. Family came into power, and so he walks you through the like when you look at the different kings that ruled, it lines up with what we know of history.
Are you sure about
From the
that?
different. Well, I'm explaining
So
it to
here's
you
a good
the way that it
question. What was
reads.
the other historian you kept putting so much weight on? Darius, right?
Herodotus disagrees
Yeah.
with him.
Yeah. So you have two
Right.
different
And
sources disagree about the
did you
existence
read
of the king at all. That's even
did you
just talking about whether or not that king even existed.
Did you read how Herodotus starts his the narrative about that time period?
Go ahead and read it.
He says this to begin his historical text. He says, "I chose one of 4 accounts I was given about this historical time frame. And you can read it. You can read it. It's not something I'm making up. You can pull up Herodotus if you'd like, and you can
Here's a
see that
great question.
he had
Which side,
4
who do
other
you think most
accounts.
historians agree with as far as the
He had,
historical account?
sorry?
Which one of the two do most historians agree with of the two?
Well, that's the thing. There's only 2 to choose from. So clearly
So
they
out
choose
of
the
the
one that
choices that you've given
disagrees
us,
with the biblical narrative. But that's
no,
not a very
most
good way to look
historians
at it.
agree not with Xenophon. Most
So
historians do not agree with him.
most
In fact, you can
historians
check. Hey, check out John Wiscombe.
are most historians secular that point to the fact that Herodotus was
Oh, so
right.
now to that bias claim again.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're going to claim that I have a
So
bias because
wait a minute. So why bring up any historian if you think they're all biased? Or are
No.
you going
So
to
what
bring up
Yeah, well,
Wait a
my
minute.
and it's weird,
my point?
because a lot of those people have lost their faith through their scholarship, so they're not biased, right? They're people
Yeah,
that came
this
into
is weird
scholarship
claim.
with the Christian faith, and they've lost their faith. It's a
If you're
lot of
going to
scholars.
claim
It's
that
pretty
most
much it's
historians,
pretty much like
because
a good 50 to 60% of the non-Christian scholars started their scholarship, especially the ones that started like with their theology at Moody. Was it Moody? What is
Jmike,
it called?
that's not saying much, given that most of these historians you're talking about came from the West, which is primarily Christian, so they would be Christian regardless.
Yeah,
You're
and
talking about
the dominant view in the West and in, well, because of Albert Schweitzer in like 1904, in Germany and some other places around there, which still remains to this day the dominant view, that is that if Jesus existed, he's an apocalyptic preacher, right? Who failed.
Sure, he was an apocalyptic preacher.
Who
I don't
failed?
disagree
No,
with you
no,
there.
who failed, right? Truly I
Well,
tell
I
you,
would
some
have
of
to
you
disagree
standing
with
here,
that.
truly I tell you, some of you standing here will not taste death before you see the kingdom of God come with power. And you don't
Read the
think
next
that.
chapter. Read the next chapter.
Yeah, I'm very familiar, right? There's nothing about that indicates that the prediction that's given, especially the first words that are given by Jesus in Mark 1:15, talking about the time has come, meaning, or the time that there's an allotted time, and that time is up, and that the kingdom of God is coming, and that this is good news, and to praise the good news, right? It's the first words in Jesus if you take Mark in priority, which is the scholarly consensus. There's actually nothing written on the synoptic problem where people take a Matthean view. The ones that do are very motivated Christians, right? They don't want to listen. They don't want to find a Jesus who isn't talking to them 2,000 years later. They want a
So are
Jesus that
we?
is talking to them 2,000 years later, right? So you have to
Yeah, that's
understand the
fair.
ebbs and so you have to understand the ebbs and flows of scholarship, and instead of dealing with one scholar, you deal with the criteria that's used in scholarship it's like just, I mean, it's not inductive because science deals with inductive evidence and deductive evidence, right? Taking inductive evidence and then making deductions in some cases, or abductions. But generally, they're making inductive cases, observations on the empirical world, and they can make predictions. In history, you have a different issue, right? You have to go back in time. You don't have a time capsule. And so you have to assess what's most likely probable given the data that we have. Now, given the data that we have, that's based on criteria. It's not based on one person's opinion. That one person's opinion that you might be citing, which, by the way, those criteria didn't exist at that time. They didn't know good historical criteria. They didn't even know what happened a few hundred years before they existed. They had no idea. They didn't keep great record, right? This is what we're doing now, is picking up the pieces. And what we've gathered is that it's not good enough to cite Xenophon or someone, especially that late in, because their methodology isn't well developed. We have a well developed method now that helps us with whether it's Shakespearean scholarship or with Plutarch or whoever it might be. We use very specific criteria that I mean, I don't know about Kat's position because he's an actual historian. I'm a layman, so this is not my field. But if you just cite a guy, and I want to ask, before you answer, I want to ask Katz if I'm wrong on this, that when you cite this person, Right? That doesn't indicate, it's not indicative that they used a specific criteria. You're just telling us, oh, some guy says a thing. That's fine. That might have some merit, but in virtue of what? And the question of in virtue of what is this type of historical analysis, right? Where you can actually constrain your reasoning so that when you apply certain principles, when something lays outside of that, you disqualify it. And then the reasons you give why you disqualify it is because, look, we have these self-imposed historical criteria. They seem to be reliable as far as we can tell. And people that are saying a book says a thing, I mean, that's not going to get us anywhere. I mean, the book says anything that they
So
want it to say.
are
So if you
you?
don't, so the question is, what historical criteria do you think Xenophone's using?
So again, we would have to go based off of either
Well, do you know? The question is,
Xenophone's.
do you know? Yes or no? Do you know? Did he use criterion of dissimilarity? Yes or no?
Again, I'm not
Well, clearly
familiar
not,
with
right?
the.
Because that method didn't
Well,
apply
am I
until
able
Jesus
to
said
answer,
things,
Jmike?
right?
Though it's really something that I think, I understand that you enjoy having these conversations, but I'm saying this from
And I
the best
enjoy
place I
you love
can.
living in your delusion.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is you have to work on trying to
And you need to
letting
work on
people
applying a
respond, because
historical criteria. I mean, I can say
if
similar things to you. Just
no,
answer
and,
the
and
fucking
I'm trying
question.
to say this in the nicest possible way,
I
but
don't I
when
don't, I
you
don't
ask a
care. I
question,
don't care about
when
you. Be
you
mean to
ask
me. Be
when
mean to
you
me. I don't care. I don't
That's
care.
fine.
I
That's
just care
fine.
about the content. And your
Yeah,
content is
so
garbage so far.
you can get the same content you have right now if you just, at your home,
Okay, so what
wherever, look at a
justifies the
mirror and have
content?
a
We're
conversation with
speaking about
yourself.
content.
But
We're
the
speaking
point,
baffling. You're baffling me. We're speaking about content. Stop worrying about the fucking meta and justify the fucking content, or hit the X button and get the fuck out. I'm not interested
well,
in somebody
it's up to
that
you
doesn't actually
whether
care about applying a
I'm
critical
letting you decide.
analysis, right?
I'm
I
letting
don't
you
give a
decide
shit.
whether I can have a word or not. It's up to you. Am I able to
Okay,
have a
so
word?
go ahead. So go ahead and tell me, this is a yes or no question. Do you know the historical criteria that Xenophon used?
If I asked you this is a yes or no question, would you be willing to answer it? Probably not.
Yes,
No,
if
no,
you
because
answer my so
I've,
how do you not
I've
interpret
heard,
this as a dodge?
I,
Press 1 in the chat
again,
if you think
again,
he's dodging my
again,
question. Press 2 if you
again,
think I'm an idiot. 2 if I'm an
again,
idiot. 2 if I'm
J
an
Mike,
idiot. 2 if I'm
J
an
Mike.
idiot. 1 if you think he's dodging. 2 if I'm an idiot. 1 if you think he's dodging. 2 if I'm an idiot. 1 if you think I'm dodging. Or he's
So,
dodging, I'm sorry.
so
I Bugs Bunnied myself.
we're judging Xenophone's reliability on the same basis that we would just judge
No, I
Herodotus's.
want to know what the historical criteria you think he used, not merely the fact that he fucking said it. I want to know what you think the criterion he used to invoke the fact that he said it.
So again, it's the same claim that Herodotus is making. He's telling us a story of something that took place or
There's a
didn't
lot of
take
ones in the
place.
chat, by the way. I haven't seen a 2 yet, by the way, but go ahead.
It's up for the reader to determine whether Herodotus is telling us the right story, Xenophon is telling us the right story, or maybe possibly neither of them know.
No, that's
But
not how it
we use
works.
the
Well,
same.
I'm going to stop now. I've been quiet. I got to step in. As somebody who's actually in the fucking field, it's up to the reader to determine. That's not how we determine things. Because what you're
Okay,
saying
well,
is your gut instinct. That's not how we do
no.
research. No.
That's not
Shut
what
up.
I'm saying.
Now you guys
That's not
shut
what
up.
I'm saying. Because
You
if we
just
only
said.
have
You just said. We
two
have more
people,
evidence.
if
No. That's the
if
problem. You think this is a bubble. It's not. One of the things about history, about historical research, is if a book says something, we have to find other corroborating evidence to see if that event even happened. And when we look at your claims and we look at outside information, primary and secondary sources, was it just told in one region or was it told in other regions as well? All the pieces that go into a historical criteria, which you have already admitted you don't know.
I don't know
That's
the
how you determine.
lingo. I don't know the lingo to
No, you
describe
don't
it,
know the
but I do
process.
know that
No.
I
You don't
do
know the
understand the
process.
criteria
You do
by which
not.
something is
No, you
considered
do
either
not. You have
historical or
flat out
not.
already said. Okay, what's the first thing we look for as historians?
Again, I don't know the order of
How about the
things, but
second
I do
thing?
know that I do know
Who would use
that
the
there's got
criteria
to
of
be.
science in history?
So can I answer?
Do we use
I
the
do
criteria of
know.
embarrassment in history?
All right. So I do know
Do
that
we
for
do
a
any of this
historical.
bullshit that you claim?
Okay, well, clearly you
What's your
don't want
degree
to
in?
hear an answer.
I'm going to actually pull this
Clearly,
off. What's your degree in? What do you
clear.
study?
Okay, well, Jmike just told me he doesn't have a degree in it either. So
Doesn't matter. I'm
are you
asking
gonna
you. What's your
claim?
degree in?
Well, no, you got to have the same
I'm
At least I
asking
standard
you.
understand.
of
What's your
At least I
degree in?
understand the
righteousness.
relevant criteria that's used by the
That's fair,
scholars.
Jmike. That's fair, but that's not the point. The
But
point
it's
is you
weird
make
though
a
Exactly.
that
claim
Though.
without a
it's weird that
degree.
I care about it
Without a
and I do my
degree,
due
you
diligence
can't have
and
a
you're a
say.
crit. I know, but
That's
it's
such an
weird. It's weird
illegitimate
that
claim.
but look, you have to understand baffling. I don't dedicate my life to Christ. If I did, I've never. So you have to understand, I've never believed in God. It's just it's never been part of my life. My parents are religious. I love my parents. I have had the most amazing life in terms of having the opportunities that I do. I got every ability to have my own choice, whatever that means, right? I've
Yeah, free
had that
will is a
ability.
beautiful
Most
thing.
people, well, and that's why I said whatever that means, depending on your notion of free will. That's a whole separate philosophical debate. But I've had the prior circumstances so that I can be compatible with determinism or compatibilism that prompt me to have the options that I do. And none of that has influenced me in a way. But what I did do was I cared about this. I cared about whether or not I was wrong or I was right. I had a friend die, got in a car at 13, 14, drank a bottle of Everclear. He died. He flew through a windshield. His head hit a pole. I drive past that pole they haven't removed that pole since I was 14 years old. I drive past that pole every day I go see my parents. I always think about purpose, life, what my meaning is, whether or not I'll see my parents if they die before me, whether they'll see me. I want to know those questions. They're very important to me. So I have no bias in the matter. When I look through Christianity and I look through these things, it's weird to me that I know the criteria and you as a Christian who's dedicated your life doesn't even know what independent attestation is. That's fucking problematic. If you don't see that, go ahead when this live is done, eat your cheeseburger, do whatever you do and don't think about it again. But if I was you, I'd be shaking. I would be like, what the fuck am I doing with my life?
Well, that's fair. I mean, you get to have your own viewpoint, but you don't have to know the lingo just to have a conversation about a specific topic. You don't have to know everything about physics to have a conversation about
You at least need to
physics.
know how
So
physics, how
again,
science is done, though.
that's
You
not
have
a
to at least know
legitimate,
how
that's
science
not
is
a
done.
logical or legitimate.
You have to actually
Sorry,
know how science is done. This is why we have flat
right? But he
earthers.
was talking about the lingo. He was
I don't
talking
care
about
about
the
the
lingo.
lingo. I'm
I don't need
asking
to
you if you
know the
know how
lingo.
it's done. I
Well,
don't
you guys
care
are
if
now
you say the
contradicting
exact
one
lingo.
another.
Because believe it or not,
Maybe
we
you
don't
guys
have a
should
lot of
first
special
chat
lingo.
with one another
We don't have
offline,
special lingo, but
get
here's the
your
problem.
story
You're
straight, and
making
then we can
claims,
continue.
and I'm telling you that's not how it's done. So instead of
So let
listening to
me give
somebody
you
who's in
one.
the field, you just
Let me
want to
give you
keep going
one
on with your
criteria.
claims.
Let me give you one criteria and see if I hit the number with it. Okay. So one criteria that I'm aware of, at least, is that when you look at a historical document, you want several corroborating other pieces, right? And hopefully they're unbiased in some sense. That would be strong material to use in the claim that, hey, this text is legitimate. Okay, so that's one. I don't know what lingo you'd use to describe that, but that is one way that you can determine whether a historical text is reliable or not. Okay. I'm sure there's lots of other ways to determine whether something is reliable or not. Another way to do it is to determine whether the period of history that is claimed is legitimate. For example, we were talking about Jesus being mentioned in the Talmud, right? One of the issues is that the writers of that specific chapter made a pretty big mistake, and they associated Jesus with a rabbi, like a teacher, a Jewish teacher that was 150 or 200 years before the time of Jesus, right? So that sort of critical, when you look at a text critically, you can see historically whether it lines up or not. So those are two different ways that you can look at a text and see if it's reliable or not. And again, you can, enlighten me as to anything, any other historical method that we can use. Go for it.
Can I say something here?
Yeah, go for it.
Hold on. We know that World War I happened, okay? I'm 41 years old right now. Can I write a first-hand account of World War I?
No.
You really cut out there. I don't know if it's my side or yours, but
Let me try that one more time. I'm 41 years old.
sorry.
We know that World War I happened. Can I write a book about a first-hand account of World War I right now?
I believe there are still survivors or like people living from that time that would have been old enough to eyewitness it. I might be wrong.
Okay. Would I be a reliable source for a first-hand account of World War I?
Would you be? No.
Yeah. Can I write a book as a person claiming to be a reliable source for a first-hand account of World War I? Can I write a book that way?
Not as a first-hand account, no. And we'd be able to see based on your birth date whether you were an eyewitness or not.
Cool.
All right.
We're looking at the evidence you presented, as far as just why you believe Daniel is in a different time period than what most scholars believe it is. When we look at it, the source you cited, again, doesn't meet the criteria of proving your claim, because one, it's that one source that's saying it, and two, other sources around it are saying something opposite or different.
What sources are saying something different? Are there eyewitness sources that are saying something different?
None of them would be eyewitness sources because the guy you cited wasn't an eyewitness.
No, I know, but Durgan I guess he just made a point. I thought he was going to continue, but I guess that was his point.
No, I'm just pointing out the
eyewitness.
fact that you are making a claim. Right off the bat, your basis for Daniel doesn't meet historical criteria.
Okay, so how about you walk us through that?
We have been. Were you listening at all during this entire conversation?
Well, maybe you could recap it.
Could you repeat to me what I said a minute ago? Yeah, I'm done with this.
You want me to repeat what you said a minute ago? I'm asking you for, by what basis do you claim that Daniel is irrelevant or not reliable historically?
Well, Daniel was wrong about a lot of stuff.
Who are you talking to? Cut out for me.
Yeah, I think baffling.
Are you guys wanting to look at Daniel 9?
I don't know if things are cutting out or if people are actually quiet. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, me either. I didn't hear anyone. But my question is, are you guys, I don't know, host, I haven't gotten to chat with you too much. Are you willing to go through Daniel 9 or you have no interest?
I've been kind of out of this.
Have you read Daniel 9 before?
But so what I guess I wouldn't personally have a lot of interest in going through Daniel.
Not Daniel, just a specific chapter. In fact, it's only a verse. It's one verse that I'm.
Look. The problem. This is the problem I keep having, though, right? So let me just ask you before I get into my problem. What's your purpose of citing Daniel?
So this whole conversation started with prophecy, and it is a prophecy that I don't see a way out of. I don't know how you would be able to
Go ahead.
deny.
Okay,
Sorry?
just tell me what the prophecy is. I don't care about the psychological state you have. Just tell me what the prophecy is.
The prophecy points to a certain figure that's literally named the Messiah. He's given the title, not name, the title Messiah, that would come at a specific time and that would die before the temple was destroyed. And it mentions the fact that the temple would be destroyed.
Okay. All right. Oh my God.
So if that is the case,
95 to 96.
Fuck. This is worse than I thought it was going to be. Seriously, that's the I can't believe you will deny psychological state that you were making a preface before.
Are we talking about 25 to 26?
In Daniel 9, yes, yeah.
Okay, now we have the actual information we need to look at. You're talking about the 70 weeks prophecy. You could have just saved all of it by saying you believe in the 70 weeks prophecy.
Well, not everyone is aware of it. Maybe you guys are more, but you have to understand there's also 60
a Christian, a guy who does this as a pseudo living, and a historian doesn't know that claim. Don't be an idiot.
As I mentioned, there's almost 60 people watching, right? So I'm not just having a conversation with you for the sake of having a conversation with you. There's also 60 other people that are here to either learn or ridicule or whatever they're here for. But at the end of the day, I want to make sure that they're getting a proper representation of what we're talking about as well.
Sure, and I got to be careful. I promise my roommate, she's trying to record something right now. So let me be as calm as I can. What is the specific proposition that came true? What's the proposition that is true that me or Dargon or anyone else can say, I'm agnostic on that proposition, or I think it's false? Just give the straight proposition that came true.
So the proposition that came true is that a man, a figure claiming to be the Messiah, died before the temple was destroyed, and the temple was destroyed. So there's a couple elements to it.
Go ahead.
Are you wanting me to walk you through the verses?
So you're just saying there was a prediction of the temple being destroyed? When specifically?
You cut out there. Can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is the specific prophecy? You have to give, like, X will happen at Y necessarily, right? Whatever time period.
Yeah, so it says, it's just 2 verses, so I'll read it.
Oh, God. Okay. Just give me the verses. I'll Google it.
I mean, better I go to the source than just make it up.
No, I agree. Just give it to me so I can look at it too.
It's Daniel 9, chapter 9, verses 25 to 26. That's kind of the focal point. You can read the rest if you'd like. But
I'm sorry, you cut out on my end. Daniel 9, what?
25.
Verses 25 and 26.
25, 26. Okay, and then just tell me what you have in mind, since you know this well. Look at this.
So it says, know and understand this. From the time the word goes out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the Anointed One, the ruler, comes, there will be 7 sevens and 62 sevens. It will be rebuilt with streets and a trench, but in times of trouble. After the 62 sevens, the Anointed One will be put to death and will have nothing. The people of the ruler who will come will destroy the city and the sanctuary. And you can keep reading till the end. I'd recommend reading the whole chapter. But anyway, so I'm
Yep.
not.
No, I'm familiar. I
not
just wanted
looking
to
to
make sure
focus.
what you were.
Yeah, I would advise reading the whole chapter, especially verse 27 when it said
Yep.
suffering will end.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has
So
suffering ended?
Simple way to
Buddy Cat?
counter all this. It's real
so
simple. The only way that 70 weeks works is if you can prove when it was given, the start date. Can you prove that date?
yeah, actually, in Scripture it gives us that date.
Cool. Give the
Okay.
exact date that was
Yeah.
given.
What's the date?
It was 444 BC.
Really? What verse says that specifically?
Yeah. Give the scriptural. Give the actual scriptural citation.
I'm not sure as a historian if you're familiar with this, but
Baffling.
the
Just
BC
give the
AD.
fucking verse.
Well, again, BC AD
Give
wasn't
the
something.
verse.
Atheist cats. BC AD wasn't
Give
something that was
the verse.
available
Give the
before
verse.
BC.
Give
You're
the
aware of
verse.
that, right?
Why are you dodging the claim to give a verse?
I'm not. You're asking me where is
Then
it
give the
written
fucking verse.
444
Give the verse.
BC
Give the
in the
verse.
Bible.
Give the
I'm
verse.
explaining to you the
Just give the
logical
fucking verse.
reason.
What? Why is it difficult? What
How old
is wrong with
atheist
your
cats?
brain? That's not connecting.
How
The fact that I asked you for the verse and you give us everything but the verse. What is
how
wrong with your
old
head?
how old are you, my friend?
48. Once again, get the fucking
48.
verse.
So
Just
when
baffling.
you
we
when
don't
you
care about your
Give the
post
verse.
talk here.
when you
Okay?
ask
Could you
me
just
as
Give
answer?
the verse.
when you ask me
Give the verse.
as a someone who
Give the
has
verse.
a degree
Give
in
the verse.
this area
Give
of
the verse.
study,
Give the
where is
verse.
it written
Give the verse.
444
Give the
BC
verse.
in a
Give the verse.
historical
Clap,
document
clap.
that was
Give the
written
verse.
before
Give the verse.
BC
Give the
80
verse.
came
Give the
into
verse.
being?
Give the verse.
You can understand
Give the
why that's
verse.
a difficult
Give the
thing
verse.
for me
Give
to
the
deal
verse.
with.
Just give the verse. Give the verse.
Does that make
What is wrong
logical
with giving the
sense?
verse? Just give the verse. You made a claim. It's in the Bible. It gives you the exact date. Give the verse.
Do you agree that
Give the
BC and
verse.
80 was
Give
not
the verse.
used in
Just
that
give the
time
verse.
frame?
Just give the fucking verse.
Give the verse
That's all
that
it
says
takes.
what?
Just give the
Give the
verse.
verse that says what?
You're
That
gonna owe
give
me a phone because I'm about to throw it against the wall. You
What?
made the claim that it tells the exact date of when the 60 weeks start in the scripture.
Right.
What's the verse that gives it?
So I'm clarifying. Are you
No.
wanting
There's no
the
clarification. Just give the verse.
Are you wanting the verse that says the BC date?
No, I'm asking you to give the verse you're using as evidence.
Okay, good. So we clarified. So the
Yeah.
book.
So you
Nobody
remember what
made
I
the
said about
question.
So I've been kind of waiting to kind of chime up on this
Go
because
ahead,
this is what I
Mike.
was that's what I was anticipating. So remember when I mentioned Antiochus? Who was it that you mentioned? You were thinking. Remember, you're like, "Oh, I'm trying to think of somebody." Remember
Antiochus.
that?
We didn't speak of Antiochus today.
No, but who was it that you said? That's what I'm trying to correct you on. Who is it that you said? Or you're like, "Oh, I can't remember the guy," and then someone was someone with a B.
With a B. We never. Sorry, I'm honestly I'm not
Okay,
on
so
the same track as you.
regardless. So what do you know of Daniel 12?
What do I know of it?
Yep.
In what sense? I've read it a few times.
Well, so your prediction in Daniel 9, right, is what specifically? Tell me.
Well, we went over that, right? The
No, I
idea
know, but
that
I'm trying to draw a bridge to you. Tell me what it is, so I can draw the
okay,
bridge
so
to you.
we'll go over it again.
No. Just tell me. Just give me the proposition.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll go over the proposition again. So there's a figure.
What does it? No. Just you can tell me. I know that you as a Christian can just tell me blatantly, right? Just tell me what it is.
let your
We both
yes
know
be yes, your no be no.
What are you saying? That's what I'm going through. I'm saying.
I know, but every time I've asked you this, you just like go on this long thing. It's a very simple sentence.
I'm the one going on a long thing?
Go ahead.
So there's a specific character in this verse that is spoken of that is called the Messiah.
Yep.
And it says that he will come.
Uh-huh.
He will die.
Yeah.
And after he dies,
yep.
the temple will be destroyed.
Yes. Okay, great.
Okay.
And that person is whom?
That person is Jesus.
Great, thank you. You could have just said that's what I was saying, but just give me the simple sentence. So right? So
Oh,
you
you
just
could
keep
ask
doing
me
this
who that
vague,
person
ambiguous
is.
notion. Yep, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, but what do you know about Daniel 12?
Well, you'd have to ask me a bit more specifically. I mean, it's
The
a
day of
chapter that
judgment in
talks
Daniel
about
12. The day of judgment in
it
Daniel
talks
12.
about resurrection. It talks about several things
Sure, when is that supposed to happen?
at the end of days.
Yeah, but when is that supposed to happen?
When is the end of days, you're asking me?
Yes, when is that? I can give you the answer. When is that supposed to happen?
God only knows.
No, according to the actual text, when is it supposed to happen?
According to what? Daniel
The
12? It doesn't
text
say there
and
when.
the text big with, you know, when people do math equations like one and then they draw this symbol and it's a plus. So it's the text plus what we know about history, right? The whole thing I've been dragging you towards this whole time, right? So what is it that it details in Daniel 12 that gives us a good guess on how much time that is based on history? Do you know? Because I can tell you.
Are you talking about a specific amount of days that are mentioned?
Yes, what the prophecy's supposed to be.
Okay, so what is it about those days that
Well,
you
I'm
think
asking
tells
you if
you
you know,
when?
because I know. I'm
It
asking you.
doesn't. It tells you of a specific time frame at the end of days. It doesn't tell you when the end of
No,
days are.
it's actually it actually based on histories. We actually have a pretty good understanding. That's why I'm asking you if you know.
Well, maybe you can clarify something for me,
I
but
can
where do you
clarify.
see
That's what
in?
I've been saying, but I'm trying to exhaust you. If you just tell me that you do not know, I will tell you. Like, I'll
Well,
show you mine if you show me yours, right?
I know what
I
the text
could
is
probably give
talking
you a
about.
hint. Not a generation will pass before the coming of Christ again. So I would loop it back to
We're not
probably
Show
even,
when
me,
but
show
we're
his
talking
me
about
where,
prophets
we're talking
were
about
filling
Daniel.
up.
We're talking about Daniel in
show
this
me
case for his prophecy.
where
This
the
is where I'm
Bible
saying
says that,
Daniel
Aiden.
makes a failure. There's a failure in Daniel here.
Well, go ahead,
Jay
show
Mike.
us.
I
No,
want
no, no.
to.
I will go ahead and tell you. I just want a concession that you don't know.
Wait a minute,
I
Jay
do
Mike.
know though, right? I'm entitled to
If
my
you do know,
own.
then tell me. Then tell me, and then I don't have to go. Just tell me.
Well,
Tell me that you don't know.
you're claiming that the days that are spoken of in
When
chapter
I'm
12
asking you when the
are.
day of judgment's supposed to happen according to, right, given your prophecy, Daniel 9:24 through 27, right?
So
Right?
again, Daniel 9 doesn't
I'm
tell us
asking you
when.
right? Daniel 9 through 24 to 27, it makes a prediction. We're on the same board,
Yes,
right?
yes, it
Yeah,
makes a
great. Well, okay,
prediction.
great.
Yeah.
It makes, and then I asked you very, very rigorously what that was. I asked you what the specific sentence was, and then you said all this stuff, and I said, who might that be? And you said Jesus, and we all agreed, and we were all happy, and we were holding hands, and so we were at Daniel 9 through 24 through 27, and we agreed that there was this prediction of the crucifixion, blah 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 blah, and this blasphemous act. We got there. That's all that happened, right? And now I asked you, given Daniel 12, the day of judgment, what we're talking about, which is supposed to happen, right? When is that supposed to happen? And if you just don't know, tell me you don't know, and I will tell you.
Again, you're making a false dichotomy. I am
It's not a false
telling
dichotomy.
you,
I'm asking you a
I'm
question. Do you
I'm
know or
telling
not? That's
I'm
actually
telling
a true dichotomy. It's either
well,
you
I'm
know or you don't know.
so
Jay
I'm
Mike.
telling you, J Mike, this chapter talks about something different than what you think it does.
Jay
So
Mike.
if
Can
you
I ask this
No, no,
one?
no, 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 no. Okay, so since he's going to beat around the bush, I will just go ahead and spoil the funds for everybody because
go
he
for it,
clearly doesn't know, and I think everybody's gathered he doesn't know. It's going to happen
go for it.
at least 3 to 4 years after Antiochus' persecution on the Jews. Right? This is going to be in the 2nd century BC. Right? This isn't going to be in the time frame that you're actually talking about. Daniel would be a false prophet in that case.
So why is it that Jesus himself pointed to Daniel?
Because
Jesus is
yes,
after
he
the
did
time
point
of
to yes,
Antiochus.
because he did. He was also a
Right.
false. That's
So
my whole thing that I said earlier, and that's what I want you to get to in the New Testament, so that I can show you that Jesus is a false Messiah as well, right?
But I do want to ask one thing
obviously,
of Jay Mike. Jay Mike, could you answer something for me? Could you answer
I
something
can
for me?
step. I can step aside.
No, no, no.
Kat,
I want to
do
talk
you
to you
disagree
directly.
with
Wait a
anything
minute.
I said?
Jay
are
Mike,
you
I just
asking
wanted to
me?
talk to you
Sorry.
directly for
Oh,
a second.
sure. Yeah.
Okay. If I predicted in 70 years an event would happen, like 70 years, being very specific, Okay,
It's not
doesn't
well, in that they say it's like 70 weeks of
yeah,
years.
yeah, yeah. But
They all do
yeah,
those.
it's like long
Sorry,
enough.
that shit.
What I'm
Yeah,
saying,
go ahead.
okay, let's
Sorry,
do 70 weeks. In fact, let's change it. Let's say I predict in a
because
week
they
an
change
event
it to
will happen.
70 weeks of years. That's how they get that number of the
I know,
400, right?
J Mike,
Yeah.
just listen to what I'm saying. If I make a prediction that something's going to happen on a certain day within a certain time frame, a specific time frame, doesn't matter that I made the date, the specific date. Like the date I made it mattered because that's when you start counting, correct? If I say something's going to happen in 40 days, you need to know I said it exactly 40 days before for it to be correct, right?
Well, yeah, precisely.
Right. So my point of asking him, when was this done? And he says there's evidence of exactly when, because if we're saying that something's going to happen within this specific time frame,
What did he give? What was the time? It was 400 and something, right?
we have to know exactly when it happened. It does
What
not,
did you give,
it
Baffling, by the
doesn't
way?
say, well, this event happened, we're going to backdate and say this is when the prediction was made. It doesn't work that way.
No,
That's what I'm
that's
trying to.
actually if you look at anything, like go look on Myth Vision, go pay for like I've paid for on the what's called the great courses. If you go Google great
Yeah,
courses,
yeah, I know of it.
I've
It's a
paid
good site.
$239 for literally $239 just to listen to what scholars have to say. Luckily,
Yeah.
there's some on archive.org. Though some that I've had to get to because I've tried every way to get them without having to pay. I'm not trying to be grateful about that because
I
when I
get
looked at the
that.
price tag
No,
on the
no,
great
no.
courses, I was like, if there's any way I can read about this or anything else, I would love that before I have to fork up. I ended up having to fork up the money. It's fine. I was grateful to do it. But this
Right.
is not different than this is the precise thing that they do. They do the 70 weeks thing and they go, oh, well, this is interpretation of that's
Right.
400. That's why I want to ask Baffling. What was the year
Right.
number?
That's why I'm going to back off now. I
444
got to
or
talk to my
something. I
wife.
can't remember because it's been like a year or two since I've looked at this. So I'm rusty.
Yeah, so it works out to 444 because again, it just tells us the 20th year of Artaxerxes.
Well, you're just saying
So-
because 70 weeks of years or whatever. That's the interpretation, right?
No, so the date that I'm actually you're asking me when it starts. So the
I'm
date
talking
that
about
I
the
get there is
interpretation
from
of the prophecy, right? Because that's the whole disagreement on that point. But the whole other point is just that given that's why I mentioned Antiochus Epiphanes, right? Because that's important to know what's actually being discussed. Contextual credibility really matters, right? You have to know what's being discussed. A lot of Christians and people in this, they love to take the text and go, oh, it does this thing. They're not looking at like the actual, the historical analysis, because when you reference Daniel 12 in the Day of Judgment, when you read the text based on antiquity, what you get, it's going to be about 3 to 4 years after Antiochus Epiphanes' persecution, right? That's going to be.
Where does it say Antiochus Epiphanes in the
This is
text?
where does it say who you're saying? Where
It
does it
says
say Jesus?
Artaxerxes the 20th year of Artaxerxes. So you'd have to look up
Go to
when the
look.
20th year of Artaxerxes was in history.
I asked you about Daniel 12. And did you know anything about Daniel 12? Are you telling me that have you read Daniel 12? Are you that confident on Daniel 12? Because we can look it up together.
I've read Daniel 12 several times. Yeah, you're talking about the 1290 days and the 1335 days.
With the archangel, was it Michael, right?
I don't remember who it was that time. It's either
It's like
Gabriel or Michael.
it's actually at the first point. It's like
it's Michael.
at that time, Michael, right?
Yeah,
that's who they're talking about. They're talking about Archangel. Do you know who I can't remember his first name. Dr. Tabor is? He's dedicated his life to like the book of Daniel. Okay. How interested would you be to make an actual, right? Because me and you can talk about this and we can just run around. You're not going to agree with me. I'm not going to agree with you. Would you be willing to look at Dr. Tabor's work? He's dedicated his life to the book of Daniel, right?
Sure,
all of his work just criticizes everything you're saying. Like literally every point you're saying, he's dedicated his life to this. He's like the most respected scholar. I'm not saying that to trust me or to trust him. I'm just telling you to listen to what he says and do an investigation yourself.
That's fine. You can feel free to send the link or
Great.
whatever.
So who would be a scholar on your side that you want me to look at?
I can send
And
you
then
a
we can
link.
reconvene on this, because it just sounds like you don't. To me, it sounds like you have a dearth of knowledge on this. I don't have much, but it sounds like you have a lot less than me.
That's
That's
fair
just.
for
I'm
you to
not trying to
say.
be rude. It's just that it's just blatantly obvious to me.
That's fair, but again, I'm going based off of what the literal text is telling me, right? So
Yeah, and
the
that's your
only
problem, and that's what I said. Right? If you look at the text and you just do that, look. So let me drop the historical shit for a second. Right? Let me just get real with you. You read the text, you think it's divinely inspired, right?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, and so you think that reflects God's intentions.
I know it reflects God's intentions, but
Okay,
okay.
great. Even more so, you think you have a belief in a proposition, so you have a propositional attitude towards a proposition, which you think is true, that you know
Sure.
God's intentions. So presumably that falls out of the picture that you have an interpretive principle, right? And that interpretive principle is right. That interpretive principle is one-to-one with God's intentions, right? That's your claim so far. We agree?
I believe it goes hand in hand with
No.
just
The
pure
question is, do you know
logical.
that your interpretive principle is one-to-one with God's intention? That was your claim. We agree. I just want to make sure we agree before I move on.
That my interpretation of the text lines up with what
Yes, the
God was.
interpretive principle that you employ, right? Because text on pages don't interpret themselves, hence why you have disagreements with Christians, right? That you know God's intentions from a one-to-one perspective, right?
So again, I haven't had a conversation with God about his text, but I
But you
believe
know
that
God's
God is.
intentions based on your interpretation, right?
That's how I live my day-to-day
Great,
life. Yeah.
awesome. Great, awesome. So when I just want to see if you agree with me on how we interpret people. So like when
Sure.
a speaker makes an utterance, you agree with me that if your mother, who's the speaker, makes an utterance, and I find that to be like really sarcastic and kind of mean towards you, and I say, hey man, like your mom's kind of disrespecting you, and you kind of laugh at me and you say, no, you don't understand the speaker, right? You don't understand my mom. You're interpreting that incorrectly. I can rule in and rule out interpretations better than you because I have a background set of information on the speaker. I know my mom. I grew up with that's my mother, right? So I am better equipped with ruling in and ruling out interpretations, right? I have a better background set of information than you do.
Okay. So
Hence why I can't rule those interpretations in or out, right? Do we agree?
Okay, just so I understand, you're saying that in this metaphor that you're giving us,
It's not a metaphor. This is real life. I'm asking you in real life. Not a metaphor. It's real life.
Okay. In real life, you're saying that I would have a better chance of interpreting what my mom is saying than you would correctly.
Yeah, you have your interpretive principle favors better than mine, given that you have background information on the speaker.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair.
Great. So we grant that premise. Right. So I agree with you. Right. If my mom said something you didn't understand and I try to convince you, you'd be willing, and a lot of people in the chat be willing to probably agree with me, or maybe more time they spend, their interpretive principle grows with knowledge. Right. They start to understand. You start to build this stack of these blocks of knowledge about the person. That's how you rule in things that are consistent with what they mean, as opposed to inconsistent, because a lot of people say the same phrase, but given the way they say it, it means different things. That's what makes certain comedians like Mitch Hedberg the way that he is, opposed to different people, right? There's this concept about delivery, how somebody says things, and then your background information about them, which interprets how you can interpret that. Now, the text in the Bible, when you come to a disagreement with a Christian, let's say Proverbs 3 or something, right? Lean not on your own understanding, but that of the Lord, or whatever. Like, I interpret that as like, hey, just fuck epistemology. Don't give a shit about justifying your beliefs. Just trust me. Which is no different than a snake oil salesman. Just be like, don't worry about what I'm telling you. Just trust me.
That's essentially the book saying, "Trust me, bro."
Yeah, it's just trust me, bro. Now that's my interpretation. You presumably disagree with that. Now, presumably, if you disagree with that, you have a better interpretive principle because you know God, you know the speaker, right? What's your background information on the speaker? How do you know the speaker? What do you use to know the speaker?
So again, for you, this wouldn't qualify as evidence, but certain experience that I've had in my life that I can only explain it as being God, that first of all gives me the ability to therefore say the God of the Bible is the true God, and therefore
Can I
his
No,
take
I'm
your
words
not.
are
brain?
true.
Can I take your
Real
brain
quick,
for a
Adam.
That
second,
logically?
I just really want to get him to answer this clearly. What is the thing you use? Right? There's something you use in virtue of. You use this thing. That's how you know the background information. With your mom, it's that you grew up with your mom. With God, what is it? What's the thing that you use? Is it the Holy Spirit? Is it the text? Do you read it's presumably the Bible, right? Presumably you wouldn't know about the Christian God unless you picked up the Gospels, right? Or
Well,
read
everyone
the
knows.
Pauline epistles,
Everyone
right?
knows. Everyone knows of the Christian God, whether they're willing to proclaim it or
I
not. But
understand
the
that you
way
want
that
to give me Romans 1:20. I understand. So presumably you that the thing that you're telling me right now is Romans 1:20. Am I right?
I'm sure that that's part of it, but
Yeah,
that's
that's
not my
it, right?
point.
Yes, it is, right? It's Romans 1:20. I know exactly what you're quoting to me. Trust me, I know what you're quoting to me.
Well, I didn't
That's
quote
only
anything.
in
I think
virtue
it's
if you've
just
read Romans 1:20, though, right?
no, because I think it's something that you can see regardless of whether you
No,
read
just
the book
stop.
or
Don't
not.
be dishonest with me. I've never been a Christian, so don't be dishonest with me. I
That's
literally
fine.
think
I mean,
Christianity is
you
a
can
weird thing to hold, so don't tell me
if
that.
if you want to claim I'm being dishonest, that's fine, but I don't have to
I've just,
agree with
you
that.
have to understand there's people in the world that have never been Christians. You have to understand that. I'm one of them. It's a weird thing to
Yeah,
me.
that, I don't
I think
deny that.
I have
I don't
friends that are
deny that.
Christians. I think they're awesome people. They might think I'm weird as an atheist. I think they're weird being Christian. That's the one thing I think they're weird at. I think it's a weird thing to hold. I think it's really weird.
That's fine. That's
Yeah,
fine. I
that's
mean,
just my psychological state on it.
the
So just don't tell
feeling
me that I know. I
the the
legitimately don't
feeling
believe
tends
the
to be
proposition.
mutual, though.
Okay, so let me just debunk that argument in 2 seconds. Right?
Which one?
If I know that that's true, that means I believe the proposition. I don't believe the proposition, so therefore your God doesn't exist. If your God is constitutive on the fact that I know it exists, that means it's constitutive on the fact that I believe the proposition. I don't
Do
believe the
you
proposition, so
do
therefore it
you
doesn't exist.
just
Right?
to
It just follows
challenge?
from the fact that if your God's defined as everybody knowing it exists, and you find an example of a person who just doesn't even believe the proposition, your God doesn't exist. The same way that
Can
if I say my Mortal Kombat arcade in my room exists because everybody knows it exists, the second I ask someone on the street, I'm like, hey, do you know my Mortal Kombat arcade exists? They're like, no. Well, that conceptual object clearly doesn't exist because it
are you
entails that
okay?
everybody fucking
Are
knows it exists.
are you okay with me challenging that premise?
It's okay. Can I give you the actual argument with specific modus ponens inference rules? The argument is if what's your name? So here's the argument. Anybody who's familiar with propositional logic, tell me this isn't a valid modus ponens. If just baffling's God exists, then Jmike knows it exists. Jmike, or I'm sorry, God's, what's your name? Just baffling's God exists. Therefore, Jmike knows it exists. And his evidence is Romans 1:20, presumably, or scripture. Now, my move is to modus tollens him, right? Premise one. If just baffling's God exists, then Jmike knows it exists. Jmike doesn't know it exists. Therefore, just baffling's God does not exist. What's the support for premise two? Knowledge consists of a belief in a proposition. You can't have knowledge if you don't have a proposition, let alone it being justified or true. You have to at least have a belief. So my support for the premise that I don't have knowledge is that I don't fucking believe God exists. Actually, in fact, I think gods don't exist. I'm a naturalist. I think gods are
Well,
impossible on my view.
let me.
So, therefore, if your God is defined analytically as me knowing it exists, we just debunked your God because it logically follows as a valid modus tollens inference rule. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P, which is if just baffling's God exists, then J Mike knows it. Jmike doesn't know it, therefore just baffling's God doesn't exist. Valid inference. Based on your logic, your God doesn't exist. That's like the
So
basic argument against presuppositionalism. That's the basic argument. You can go on YouTube and watch me give that argument to Darth Dawkins.
Am I able to challenge that for a second?
Yeah, do you think it's invalid or valid? That's where we start.
I think that it is invalid in the following sense.
Oh, hold on. Do you know what invalid
agree
means?
With the fact that
Hold on. What does it mean for an argument to be invalid? Okay, great. Tell me what it means for an argument to be invalid. I hope someone's recording this.
So it means that the logic of it is not sound.
No, so the premises are what. Oh my God! Stop! No. You're already wrong. I'm gonna.
Jmike.
You're already. I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you not embarrass yourself.
Go for it.
Do you want to? Okay, go ahead if you want to keep embarrassing yourself. It's your option. Do you want to keep embarrassing yourself, or do you want me to correct you?
Well, I just gotta say one thing, baffling. So logic has to be sound.
He doesn't know the difference between soundness and validity, and he's. It's not. By the way, people in the audience who don't know the difference between soundness and validity, that's no fault of yours. It's people who are so confident going, I know what the difference between soundness and validity is. And when I ask somebody, hey, what does it mean for it to be valid? And you're like, oh, it means like it's sound. No. Premise, like that's not what it means. Do you know what an inference rule is?
First off, I didn't use the word sound.
Okay? Yes, you did. That's the exact word you said. I have it recorded.
No, I said it wasn't logical.
You said sound, dude.
I know that Rev is recording, and I'm going to ask him for the recording if you want to hold to that.
To be sound. You 100% use the word sound after logic.
It's okay if you just say you don't know the difference between soundness and validity. That's my whole question.
Let's just say that I said.
Just be honest. It's not embarrassing to say I don't know what soundness and validity is. It's embarrassing when you pretend that you know. That's what's embarrassing.
Again,
it's not something most people should know.
Is that
it's just embarrassing when you pretend that you know.
Jmike, if you want to have a conversation about your language prowess versus mine,
it's not that. Just don't pretend you understand logic. Most people don't, right? I can ask anybody on the street, and I guarantee you all day if I go along asking them, do you know what the difference between validity and soundness is? I bet you I might get one person. It's not indicative of knowledge or being smart. It's just when you pretend that you do, and someone challenges you, you're intellectually dishonest. It exposes your whole gimmick, right? That's the whole point of why I asked you, because I suspected that you're intellectually dishonest at every turn. You're willing to pretend that you know for the sake of saving face. That's the frustration I have with people like you. They do this all the time. They're so willing to pretend that they know logic, propositional logic, first order logic, and they're like, oh, I know what validity is. And then when I ask you, you just say, I don't know.
You're talking about synonymous terms, right? That's like me asking you to define intelligence versus knowledge versus wisdom. There are differences.
I want to say something.
Go ahead, Adam. I'm just so done with people pretending that they know, and then when they're backed in a corner, they're like,
what I'm about to say is I'm about to say something. I'm thinking it's valid, but it's not sound. And I'm an ostrich. I'm not an ostrich. Therefore, I'm God.
Well, no. If he thinks it's valid and not sound, that's fine. That's not what he said. What he's saying is.
No, but I'm just trying to point to him what could be valid.
Yeah, exactly. No, I get that. Okay, sorry, my bad. It's just the problem is that when he's like, what makes validity is like whether it's sound. It's like, well, no, like I mean, you have to understand that. Like, just tell me if you understand like what inference rules are, or, like whether or not it guarantees the truth of the premises, whatever it might be. Like if you have some notion that's misguided, I don't really care, but if you just tell me like, hey, I can't, if you just were like, hey, I can't string together random propositions without knowing some type of inferential structure, right, that guarantees that it makes a derivation of that the conclusion is true, then I'd be happy with that.
If you want to have a conversation or get into a debate about the fact that you have a higher level of understanding of the English language than I do,
it's not logic. It's an argument. I gave you an argument, and you're denying a premise on validity. This is how it works.
That's not the point that I'm trying to make. Like I said, if I was to ask you right now to define to me what knowledge, wisdom, and intelligence is, okay, you would probably give me a very similar description for all three. They
We
are
might, yeah,
synonymous,
I'm
but
happy
there
to
are
agree
some
on that.
major differences.
No, I'm happy to
So
agree on what
then
we
let's not
constitute
get.
as knowledge as. I mean, like, hopefully we would. I mean, I don't think that we can give it like. So here's my criticism. I think analytic philosophy fails. I mean, that's why justified true belief and all these definitions I don't think really work. Nonetheless, I think we probably have knowledge. I mean, and it probably has to do with some type of justification on the beliefs we hold. There might be some additional category. We might just have a problem putting it into language. Nonetheless, I think that we know based on the results we get, sciences of medicine, whatever it might be, I think we might constitute that we have some idea whether we can analytically define it. I'm like happy to concede all of that. I think me and you operate on the same basis. I think most people do. Maybe we don't, and then we get into that discussion. But when you tell me that I know God exists, which is the reason why I'm passionate about this. This is nothing against you, by the way. I mean, you might be a really cool person. You haven't said anything mean, so I do want to. I've said this a lot to people. I get frustrated at this because I just it seems that you're dishonest on this position. I don't find you as a dishonest person necessarily. This is just one position. I don't know. But this is the same dishonesty that I detect in presuppositionalism, where people are like they cite Romans 1:20, and their argument when you put it in an argument, which is the inference rule. If anyone wants to Google and check me, just type in modus ponens, right? Modus ponens. If P, then I'll do better intervals. If X, then Y. X, therefore Y. If I
Am I going to
farted,
get a
then it
chance to
smells. Hold
challenge?
on. Yes, real quick. If I farted, then it smells. I farted, therefore it smells. Right? There's an argument. Now, it's a valid argument. Someone could say, you know what? I don't think that's sound though, because sometimes when I fart, it doesn't smell. So I don't think that premise actually goes through. I think there's silent farts that are deadly, and I think there's loud farts that don't smell. Right? So it clearly it doesn't follow that if I farted, it smells. So I just deny that argument. That's fine. The argument is valid though. It's valid in the sense that if the premises are true, the conclusion follows. Now the argument that you're giving, that I gave, is that if your God exists, then I know it. That was what you said. Now what follows modus ponens in the same way, your God exists, therefore I know it. What I did was what's called modus tollensing you. It's called a Morian shift. All I did was say, well, look, if your God exists, then I know it. I don't know it. What follows from a modus tollens argument is that if it's the case that I can listen real quick, listen though. I know. No, you can go
You've
ahead.
said that about
Last
3 times,
sentence.
Jmike. This is
Last
unbelievable.
sentence. Last sentence. If it's the case that you hold to that first premise and you think it's true, right? In your argument, you think that if God exists, then I know it. All I have to do is substantiate the fact that I don't know it. And what follows from a valid modus tollens argument, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, is that your God doesn't exist the second I substantiate it. How do I substantiate it? I don't even believe the proposition. In fact, I believe naturalism is true. Gods don't exist in my view. I'm not agnostic. I think gods
you
do
should
not
pay
exist.
attention to Anthony Stewart's comments a little bit. Maybe it'll help you understand
No,
where
I
I'm
don't care
coming
about you
from.
quoting somebody. I care about you objecting to the argument or not, right? So I gave you the argument. If you already think the first
Yeah, but
premise is sound,
it's irrelevant to
you're
the
going to have to object to
discussion.
my
So maybe you
premise and
should
my
look at.
argument. I gave you an
Okay. Well,
argument. You're going to
anyway,
have to object to the second
so am I
premise.
able to challenge it then?
Yes, yes, let me guide you. The only premise you're challenging to my counter argument is the second premise, that I don't know God exists. You have to prove that I don't know God exists, which to me amounts to you sticking your fingers in your ear and saying, no.
That's fine. So can I challenge you now?
Yeah, go ahead and just tell me that you know my mental states and be like the most hubris, arrogant prick that you ever want to be if you want to make that argument.
So if you want to claim someone's arrogance, first of all, I would suggest looking at this recorded conversation.
You don't really believe. Hey, you don't really believe God exists. You actually think Jesus was a liar. That's what you believe. Hey, just baffling. You think that Jesus was a liar. That's what you believe. I know your mental states. You don't actually believe in this Christianity stuff. You
That's
think
fine.
Jesus
That's fine.
was a fraud? Yeah, exactly, right? It's stupid, right? It's
So
a
can
dumb. That's
can
your
I
objection,
challenge
though.
again?
That's your
Can I
objection.
challenge your premise? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, go ahead and give me the
Okay.
same objection that what I just gave you a reductio on is. That's what your objection's going to be. It's going to be, no, oh, you really believe God exists. And I'm going to sit there and say, you don't really believe Christ exists. You think he failed on the cross and got a bunch of nails in him and like he just sat there and died and dogs fed on him, like what we know in
Okay.
antiquity. Yeah,
Okay.
right? What if I
So
said that to
here's
you, though, right? Don't
Jmike.
special
I
plead.
don't think I've met. I don't think, and I don't mean this as a. I'm not
Don't give
trying to
a
bash you or
meta
anything, but
critique. Don't give a meta
I've
critique. Just
never
go ahead with
met
the
a
argument,
person.
right? Just go ahead and
I've
counter the argument. Don't go
okay.
ahead and meta.
Can I
Don't
then?
sound like a
Can I?
coward. Go ahead and give a meta. I'm gonna help you. Don't meta. Just go ahead and give the argument.
Okay. Thank you. So, would you agree with me of the following premise? There are, let's say, gangsters out there or criminals. There are, I'm saying, this is a positive statement. There are criminals out there that commit crimes.
What is this? What is this
And
dodge?
Wait a second.
Let's hear him out. Let's give him some tools here to play with. I want to see how this gets to
Wait
Jesus.
a moment for me to finish one sentence. I've never met anyone who can't let me do that. This is unbelievable. So here is the premise.
Well, maybe don't say dumb things.
Well, if I say dumb things or not, you should still be able to allow me to finish the sentence and then challenge me on it, like I'm trying to do right now. So here's the premise. Is it true that there are criminals that commit crimes, and even though they know it's wrong, they would deny it's wrong? Is that something that we experience in life?
Oh, wait. There are some criminals that commit crimes. So you're already judging them by calling them criminals in the first place.
I think
we all do that. A criminal. Your first premise is like dumb at the very start.
First of all, Aiden, you're not talking about the premise that you're totally evading what I just asked.
No. I gave you this is the problem I have, right? And people can be like, "Oh, you're interrupting." I gave you an argument, a counter argument. It was modus tollens. I can give it to you again. Premise 1, if your God exists, then I know it. I don't know it. That's premise 2. Conclusion, therefore God doesn't exist. That's clearly a valid argument. If he makes the attempt to say it's invalid, he makes a fool of himself because he just doesn't know basic propositional logic. That's fine with me. He can make that move. If it's valid, the only thing he needs to challenge is the soundness of premise 2. Not give me this analogy of what I think a criminal. Stop with that. Just tell me why I don't.
It's very
no. The only thing that you tell me is how I know God exists. How is it the case? How is it the case? The premise I'm giving you.
Answer this for us.
Your objection is supposed to be that I know God exists. That's the objection.
No. I'm asking you a different question.
That's the argument. No. But then you're evading the argument that I gave you.
Do people exist in our world that commit crimes?
Stop! No.
Even though,
please. Can someone mute this guy? Because I gave him an argument, and all he's doing is evading the argument, right? I gave him a very specific argument. So just tell me if you're willing to just concede that you're not willing to engage with the argument, and then I'm happy to go along with you. Just tell me I don't want to engage with your actual premise of the argument, and I want to ask you an irrelevant question about something else. Tell me that.
Well, I think whether the 40 odd people that are here with us, whether they agree with my position or not,
I don't give a fuck about what the people agree. You're not either engage with the argument I gave you, or tell me you're not going to. I just want a clear answer.
You have baffling. You have at least 2 ego strokers in here.
The challenge that I posed.
I don't care about egos. I gave an argument. If he's just not going to engage, I want a clear answer. Engage with the argument I gave you. I can repeat the premises and the conclusion again, or don't engage and tell me, and I'll be happy with that. But I want a clear answer. Don't just ask me about criminals. What the fuck is that? Tell me whether or not you're going to engage with the argument or not.
Okay, so I
yes or no. Yes or no.
Very patiently. What are you asking? You didn't even ask a
Are
question.
you going to engage with the premises of the argument, the counter argument I gave to you, or are you not? Yes or no? Engage with it or not engage with it? Which one?
What is the argument?
Oh my God. For the fourth time, if your God exists, then I know it. I don't know it. Therefore, your God doesn't exist. Your whole premise was that I know God exists per Romans 1:20, that everybody knows that God exists. All I did was give you a modus tollens. I modus tollens you. I showed that if I can find an example of someone who doesn't, not only do they not know it, to support the premise and say, hey, I don't believe the proposition. What it means to know that God exists is to believe the proposition first, right? I can believe that aliens abducted my mother, but not know it. I can believe it and go, hey, I think that I know. I think that maybe it's the case. I could be wrong. She's missing. Maybe someone else abducted her. I don't know. But if I know it
Okay,
because I
so
saw it, then
I
I say
already
I know it
answered.
because I have a justified belief and it's true, right?
So I
So in
answered
this,
this right
so
at
no,
the
no,
start.
listen,
Jmike, I answered you right at the start. All I've been doing is listening. This is borderline. Like, I'm starting to think that there's borderline some sort of mental
I don't give a shit what you think about my
capacity issue.
psychological state. And the reason I'm getting mad at
Well,
you
you
is
can't
I
have a
gave you the benefit of
conversation.
the doubt, right? I said
You can't
maybe you're
even
a
have a
cool person,
conversation.
but you can't. No, I know because I've asked you 12 times to engage with the argument,
And I
and you
answered, and I'll answer
disrespectfully,
again.
by the way, said, "What's the argument?" I gave it to you 3 or 4 times. The guy
Well,
who's
because
the
I
host.
already
The
answered
guy
it to
who's the
begin
host
with, so
can
I
give
thought
me
it
the
was a different
recording
argument.
and I can clip it to you how many times I gave you the argument in premise conclusion
And
form,
I said
and you
I
decided to
disagree
evade it,
with
which is my
your
criticism the whole
premise.
time. So if you're mad at me for getting mad at you for dodging, calling you're dodging, and then you go, okay, I will engage. What was the argument? That's extremely disrespectful. I gave you my time. You decided to not understand the argument or even listen. And then when you asked me for it, all you told me was, hey, Mike, when you gave me the premise and conclusion of the argument, I didn't actually listen. I didn't listen the first time. I didn't listen the second time. I listened the
No,
third
because I
time.
already
This is actually the
answered
first
that
time I'm
one.
trying to listen to
Jmike,
you.
I already answered that premise. I said I disagree with your premise. How else do you want me to answer it?
Okay. Oh, great. I think the premise is false. Why do you think that I actually? This is what I. Okay, listen. We're gonna go really.
So
We're
I'm
gonna
giving you an
no. We're gonna
example
go.
as
We're
to
gonna go back to the
why, but
bare
you don't
bones
want to
of this,
listen.
right? We now agree. Your disagreement on the premise, right? My premise is that I do not know God exists, which follows from that on a modus tollens argument is therefore your God doesn't exist, based on the fact that you have an entailment, you have a logical entailment. That's in the first premise. The first premise has a logical
Okay,
entailment.
so
Stop.
let's try and
No,
walk through the
I'm going through the
chronological
yes. I'm
events
going
that
through
took
the
place.
argument right. I'm going through the
I
argument now.
stated that
No,
you I
Mod,
stated
can you
that
mute
you
him while
do
I go through
know
the
a God
argument?
exists. You
Can we
said
get a
he
mute
does
on this
not
guy while I go
exist.
through the argument,
And
or are we just gonna listen to him just over talk me? Is that what we're gonna do? Yeah. So thank you. I appreciate that. So the argument, right? Since I'm actually providing an argument, since no one on TikTok gives valid arguments, they don't do that. They're just like, I want to give rhetoric. Here's actually an argument for once, right? It's the case in your position, if God exists, then I know it. God exists, therefore I know it. Now, what I did, your argument's a valid modus tollens. Now, it's not sound. Why is it not sound? Because I disagree with the premise that if your God exists, then I know it. And here's why. Here's an argument to show why that premise is false. If your God exists, then I know it. I don't know it. Therefore, it doesn't exist. Why is that? Why does that logically follow? Because you, in the first premise of that argument, the fact that you think Romans 1:20 is true, that everybody knows it, there's a logical
let me
entailment
know when you're
that if
done so I can
I'm
respond.
not. This is literally the most important point. There's a logical entailment that if your God exists, then everybody actually knows it. There's a defeater for that argument. There's actually papers written on this stupid shit. Well, not really papers, a blog post written on it because presuppositionalism is garbage. But there's actually a blog post written by Alex Malpass, who is a PhD professor in philosophy on this. The argument follows very easily. There's a logical entailment. Given the fact that you think God exists, everybody knows it. It's no different than saying, my shoebox, my Jordan 1 shoebox exists, and if my Jordan 1 shoebox exists, everybody knows it. The second I go ask some like old lady on the street, she's like, I don't even know what a Jordan 1 shoebox is.
Let me know when you're done so I can respond.
I will. I'll say I'm done. When the lady goes, I don't know your Jordan 1 shoebox exists, we debunk that claim. The conceptual analysis is that if this Jordan 1 shoebox is this Jordan 1 shoebox, everyone knows it exists. The second someone goes, I don't even believe in the proposition, that conceptual thing that we've made up in our head is debunked because there's someone who doesn't actually believe it. So if that's my argument, right? If your God exists, then I know it. I don't know it. What supports that premise? I don't even believe the proposition. Therefore, your God doesn't exist. Now, the only thing you can object to is say that I actually do know it. So you have to pretend that you know my mental states, like I said, like a hubris, arrogant prick. That was my quote. And that is in the recording, and I hope that the host wants to send that to me so I can clip this.
Are you willing to hear me out?
Yeah, so go ahead and object to the second premise. Your task is to tell me that I do know God exists to substantiate the fact that your God exists. That's how your premise follows.
All right. So I'm just going to give you a simple illustration, and hopefully we can agree on it. So again, if a criminal, or are there criminals in this world that commit a crime, and even though they know it's wrong to commit the crime, they deny that it's wrong? Is that something that happens
Why are
in
you
this
asking
world?
a question on an objection to a claim? Do you know how arguments work?
It's very simple. It's very simple.
No, it's not. It's a dodge. You have to tell me how I know God exists. Asking me a question about criminals has nothing to do with me knowing whether God exists. Are you a moron? Are you a moron?
Hey, Jmike. I'm just going to go ahead and do your premise for you. You're trying to do a whole battle of morals right now, aren't you?
No, I'm not. No, it has nothing.
God exists.
Just tell me how I know God exists. Don't give me this stupid shit about, oh, if a criminal does this, like I don't care about that. Tell me how I know God exists. That's how you're relevant to my argument. Otherwise, you're dodging. Be dodgy McDodgenstein. I don't give a shit, but you're dodging.
What did you do? You did the exact same thing. You gave me the illustration with that I had a better idea of interpreting what my mom would say than you would. You gave me an illustration, so I'm giving you an illustration to help you understand how I'm challenging your position. So again, do criminals in this world
so this criminal thing is going to get me to knowing that God exists? That's what you're telling me?
No, it's going to show you that.
Hold on.
Well, then I don't give a shit. If you answered yes, then I'd be willing to go through the hypothetical. If it's not drawing to that, I don't give a shit.
I know, because he used the analogy of his mom and God, but it's a false equivalency fallacy. Is God your dad?
Again, it's going to show you that people.
Well, then how do you know God any more different than anybody else? Any other Christian would know your God.
Adam, what's weird is he could have just said yes. Hey, this will actually get to the actual premise that I'm objecting to. I would have been like, great, go ahead with the analogy. He literally was just like, no, this doesn't actually have to do with the premise that I'm objecting to. Then why the fuck do I care? Like, are you kidding me?
Hold on. So what baffling, I think,
I don't want my time wasted.
Is that people will say God doesn't exist even though they believe in their heart that he does.
Thank you.
That's
he
what
understood it.
No,
Jmike,
I don't care about repeating I do not give a shit about repeating the claim. The whole point is that's the claim. I don't give a fuck if you repeat the claim. You don't know the difference between supporting a claim or actually giving.
I think you just understood the premise. Thank you, host.
No. You don't understand the difference between a claim and supporting or justifying the proposition. So let's just go through this. You agree that you think I know God exists, right? Despite the fact that I think that, right?
So again, it's
yes or no. Why do you dodge McDodgestein? Yes or it's a yes or no question. Which part are you answering? Yes or no?
All 45 people here, Jmike, can
yes
see that
or
you're
no.
The one dodging.
Yes or no. Yes or if you think all 45 people are okay, give me a 1 if you think I'm dodging or if I'm steering him back on track. Give a 1 if you think he's dodging. Go ahead, everybody. If he wants to challenge this, everybody. 1 if you think he's dodging. 2 if I'm dodging.
Your position explains to you because you didn't want to understand it. You
Oh,
understand
all
it, but
45
you
people.
didn't
We just
want to
debunked your
understand
claim.
it,
There's 2 people. Oh, there's
which is
3 or
the
4 people.
exact same reason
Oh,
why
there's
you
5,
deny
6
God in the
people. Oh my
first place.
God. Oh, 7 people. Oh my God. All 45 people. Wow, this is looking really bad for you. 8 people. Oh my God. 9, 10 people. Let's see if we reach the 45. Let's see if we reach the 45. There's 11 people. We haven't seen 2 yet. There's 12 people. There's 13 people. Right. So do you want to backtrack on that claim as well? Are you dishonest piece of trash? What do you want to do?
So again, the host himself, which holds closer to your position than mine, understood
Oh, we haven't
exactly what
seen
I
a
was
2
saying.
yet, dude.
And
We
you,
haven't seen a 2 yet.
again, listen to what Anthony Stewart is telling you.
Oh, listen to that. You told me to listen to the chat. Why should I believe you now? You told me to listen to the chat. They disagree. Oh, we got 1, 2. Finally, we got a 2. Who's Anthony, who usually disagrees with me. Well, I don't know about
That's
that. Maybe,
fine.
I don't know
That's
Anthony.
fine.
Maybe
The
he's just
person,
trolling. I think
the
Anthony
host,
loves me secretly.
the
So
host who
I'm
should,
gonna pretend that's a 1.
the host who
Yeah, no,
should disagree with me
Anthony's
based
been
on his position
Anthony's been ego
understood what I
stroking,
was trying to say,
baffling
No,
with
whereas
the
you're
Anthony
narrative.
just
really
sitting there
loves me. He just
denying a
denies
basic
it.
fact.
It's the same argument that he's going to give me. He really actually wants a 1. He just doesn't know it. Right? That's the argument. That's how stupid his argument is. It's the same thing if I said Anthony gave a 2, right? And if
So
he
is the
really gave a
host,
2, I just be like, no, he really
are
meant a
you saying the
1.
host is
He's just
unintelligent
wrong
for
about it.
understanding it?
That's literally your argument. That's how dumb your argument is.
So you're saying the host is unintelligent and dumb because he actually understood the argument,
No,
but you
so
didn't?
host, did you not just repeat the claim that he made?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
all he did.
summarized his argument. I didn't say whether his argument was a
Was
valid point.
supported,
Yeah,
was
he just
supported, or just
basically
it's just a
baffling.
claim of his
He
argument.
said
didn't
your
Thank
claim
you.
nonsense.
So
I didn't
again, you're
claim that
wrong
He
the
for the
didn't.
host
12th
said it
time.
was
Are
valid.
you a
I claimed the
masochist? You
host
just want to be wrong?
understood it.
Now I should just develop some type of hypothesis on like what type of psychological state, what explains the psychological state that someone have to just continuously be wrong. Like, do they
Well,
just want to
maybe
be
he has to
wrong?
play it. Maybe he has a degradation kink.
So again, it's a very simple illustration, and you chose to not even interact with it because you know exactly where it's going to lead you. It's going to lead you to
Okay, go
claiming
ahead,
that yes,
go ahead and lead me to the water, baby. Go ahead and do it.
yeah. So again,
I got an
just as
argument
well.
for
No, let
for
him
the
lead
Just
me
as
to the
well.
water because Jamal is like we got to make a tier list at some point. Jamal is clearly at like the lowest level. This guy, it might actually take place with Jamal. They might be 2 spaces on the Jamal level of the tier list. This guy might act, he's a superstar. Like he's a real superstar.
Okay. So again, all of us know, every single one of us know here that that there are such people as criminals who commit crimes and deny the fact that what they committed is wrong. There are people like this in our world. There are. We all know that. And so
Yeah, that's great. Awesome. That
so
proves that I know
in the
God exists. Oh, my argument sucks.
in the same way that we know that someone can deny something even though they know it to be true, that is logical then to go and say, even though people know God exists, they choose to deny him.
Okay,
That's
so
why
here,
Jesus
so
says,
great. So
our
here's
hearts
the
are
issue. Here,
deceitfully
I'm
wicked.
glad. So your position is of. Do you know what doxastic voluntarism is? Do you know what that is?
No, I don't.
Throw that in your Google machine. Do you have a Google machine next to you? Type in doxastic.
Even if I do, I won't remember it.
Oh, great. I'll just tell you what it is. Doxastic voluntarism is the idea that you can choose beliefs. That's clearly false. You can't choose
If we
beliefs.
can't choose beliefs, what's the point of chatting? What is the point of this whole discussion?
No. You're convinced for reasons. Do you know what before I say this, do you know what antecedent means?
No, I don't either.
Antecedent means like prior, right? So we have antecedent things, right, that exist prior that prompts us to make the decisions we do. So let me just ask you, right? Think of a city. Right now, think of a city and just tell me what the city is.
Tel Aviv.
Tel Aviv. Why wasn't it I don't know, Jordan?
Because we happen to be talking about the Bible, so.
Yeah, so there was antecedent reasons that prompted you, right? You noticed the thought that based it on antecedent reasons. If
Okay.
the whole point about libertarian free will is antecedent reasons don't matter, right? It could be the same antecedent causes, but you could choose otherwise. But your whole point was to point out that there was an antecedent reason that prompts the outcome, right? Libertarian free will is like clearly false, just based on this notion that like antecedent reasons clearly matter to the outcome of like what ends up
If
happening.
you're so farly delusional that you're claiming that we don't have
This
free will, then what is the point
This is
of
not
this
about
discussion?
no. We're not even on the free will thing, right? So I'm a compatibilist, so I think free will is compatible with determinism. This isn't like a notion about free will and all that. What this is about, I mean, it's loosely tied to it. Agreeably, I'll agree with you that the idea is that whether or not you can choose beliefs. Right now, choose to not be a Christian. Just choose it. Just go. I don't want to do it anymore.
There was a
Do it.
point in time where I did choose that, but then when I
Oh,
started,
you just chose. Okay, choose to be gay right now. Just go suck a dick right now. Just go do it.
people
Just
choose
go
to do
choose to
that
go
all
do
the
it. Right? No,
time.
I'm asking you. Just go do it.
People
Right?
choose to do that all the time.
You don't choose beliefs, dude. This is clearly obvious. You're convinced for reasons,
Then
right? You don't
logically,
you don't look at the sun and then go,
logically, what
I
is the
choose
point of
like
this
it's not
discussion?
Pokemon, man.
Why do you get so fired up then if I have no choice in the matter? I was just
You do have choice.
born this
Look,
way.
you do have a choice. It's not about whether or not you have a choice. It's about whether or not you have it's whether or not there's this idea of doxastic involuntarism. This
You're
idea
so
that
boxed down with the terminology
just
that you've
listen to what
actually
I'm just
boxed
listen to
yourself
what I'm saying.
in.
Just listen to what I'm saying. It's the idea that there's antecedent reasons that prompt the choice you make, whether or not there's the antecedent reason has no effect. Now, the view that you have on choosing beliefs is that reasons really don't even play a matter. You can just be like, I choose you, Christianity. That's not how it works. You're convinced for reasons. You pick up the Bible or you do this. And the reason why people believe it is they already have bad standards, or maybe they have good standards, or whatever it is, and they go into it and then they use those reasons and then they believe it. You don't just go, I choose that it's raining outside, right? You don't just form the belief, it's raining outside. There's a reason you choose it. You hear something on your roof, or you look outside, you see condensation, or you see like drops just falling down on the ground, right? And then you form the belief
That's not a
based.
choice. That's
It's
not a
exactly,
choice.
but the whole point about beliefs is that accepting a proposition to be true. You accept propositions to be true based on reasons.
You're confusing the notion of choice and just experience. When you experience something,
what is a
can
belief?
Factually state something about
Hey,
it.
Mike.
Like,
what is? Let me just ask him. Let me just ask him real quick. Let me just ask him real quick, please. What is a belief? Because I have an analysis on this. If someone was to pick me on the street, what is a belief? I'd be like, let me give you a 2-page fucking sentence about beliefs. What is a belief to you?
A belief is something that you, for me at least, it's something that you build over time. It's something that you have a certain set of evidence for, and then you choose to either believe in it or not believe in it.
Nope, that's not it. A belief is a propositional attitude. Real quick, this is what I wanted to say real quick. This is what I want to say real quick. A belief is a belief is a propositional attitude. What that means is you have an attitude towards a proposition. I can show this very clearly. It is raining outside. That's a proposition. Why is it a proposition? It's either true or it's false. Those are the two options.
That's not a belief.
Stop. No, I know that's not the belief yet. Stop. Just listen. Stop. I know that's not the belief. Just stop prematurely ejaculating and listen. Right? That's not the belief yet. Just listen. That's the proposition. A belief is an attitude towards the proposition. Beliefs are propositional attitudes. Just Google belief, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, or any academic assessment on what a belief is. A belief is an attitude, whether it's true, false, or I don't know, about a proposition. The proposition being, it is raining. I don't know it's raining. I do know it's raining. I don't know it's raining. Or no, it's not raining, right? Those are the attitudes you can have. That's what a belief is. So a belief in the proposition God exists is, I think it's true, I don't know, or I'm agnostic. I suspend belief. Right? Those are the options on belief.
I was going to do an example of a belief, as in I see raindrops on the window, therefore I think the whole world is going to flood. Is a belief, not a good
What are
one.
you
but it's
talking
just-
about?
I'm showing
That
you
is
examples of what a belief is.
The point
that
is
has
that you
nothing to do
form
with
beliefs, you form attitudes towards beliefs, not by whim. You don't just go, I choose you, rain. I choose you, God. You don't do that. That's stupid. That's fucking dumb as shit. You form them because of reasons, right? You have antecedent
Yeah, of
reasons.
course. There's certain
Then
evidence.
great. Then you don't hold the doxastic voluntarism. You hold the doxastic I'm sorry. You don't hold the doxastic voluntarism, choosing beliefs. You hold the doxastic involuntarism, which is that there are antecedent reasons that prompt you to believe, right? That convince you. It's a dumb position to say I choose beliefs, right? That's like saying I can just choose to be gay right now, or like I can go choose to be a Christian. That's dumb as shit. No one that
Well,
doesn't
no, you
happen.
do choose
No, that's dumb as
based
shit. No one
on.
does that. No one just
Well,
goes,
that's fine.
I
You can
choose to
think it's
just
a.
be a liberal all of a sudden. No one does that. That doesn't exist. You're convinced for reasons. This position is
Yeah, that's
so
part of the
easily
choice, my
defeasible.
friend.
Mike, I have to. Baffling. Were you about to say you could choose to be gay?
No.
Okay, I was just making sure. All right.
If that's the case, then I could just be like, I choose to not smoke cigarettes anymore, well, that's such a bad example because there's like physiological. Well, actually, in every case, there's a determinate reason, right? So actually, that would matter. It's not that like, look, I don't choose. Here's a great example. I don't choose to like metal that's like, like I don't like choose to listen to that. Something in my ears
Yeah,
is like,
people
I
choose
fucking
those
love
types of
that.
things
I
all the
love
time.
hardcore interaction with the crowd and the vocalist and getting up on the audience and screaming the lyrics with the guy. I fucking love that. But that's not something that I was like just chose. I was like
Of course it
convinced
is.
by based on like numerous interactions. I first thought it was stupid. I was like, this is dumb. Why is the guy screaming? I was convinced by going and interacting and going, I get it. I'm convinced now. This is awesome. Right? You don't just like choose it. I don't
Yeah,
go, I
you
choose metal. Like you're
chose
convinced by
to
listening
begin
to it.
with. You weren't forced to go to that first concert. You chose to go to it.
Yeah, but you couldn't just be like, I like pop. You have to listen to it and be convinced that pop is like worthy of being liked, right? There's antecedent
Sure.
reasons.
Okay, so
Yeah, so you don't just choose. Look, this is why Christianity fails. And this is why I think you're hesitant. The whole idea of Christianity is prompt on like accepting a belief in a proposition, which is like so dumb because you actually just don't choose beliefs. I'm a non-resistant believer. If God existed, I think gods don't exist. But if God did exist, I'd want to know that. And if he was like a good God and was like, hey, I can't stop child suffering or whatever, I'd be like, hey, that's awesome. It's cool. Like I believe in you. You exist. I'm non-resistant to that. Completely non-resistant.
well, I see
But
it. I see
hold on,
it differently,
listen.
but
The
that's
fact
okay.
is though that my beliefs on things, they're not they're not they're not based on choosing. In fact, like a great example is I thought like sneaker collecting was really dumb when I was a child. I had like friends that collected a lot of sneakers and I was like, this is stupid. Like, why do you waste your money on this? I now have like 50 shoes. I was convinced that it was like cool because I was like, I get it. Like, I don't know what it is that I get, but I get it. Like, I went to some sneaker events and I was like, this is cool. I really like this. It's like art. I think this is really cool. I was convinced. I didn't choose it. In fact, I like despised it. Right? There's just no examples where you just like choose a belief. You're convinced for reasons. In fact, we have prime examples of people being convinced on things that they didn't want to accept. Right?
Okay, well, anyway,
That's how evidence works.
I guess we'll have to end for today
Sure.
with we'll agree to disagree. Thanks for your time. I think we've
Yeah.
been
I
going
mean,
for about 2
honestly, like
hours.
that's fine. You can go ahead. I have like no interest in talking to you like ever again because you were like one of the most dishonest people I've ever talked to. But go ahead. Have a great one.
All right. Thanks, man. Bye now. Thanks,
Have
host.
fun. Pray for me in your room and like think about me. Like that's what Christians usually say. They're like, hey, I'm gonna pray for you. So like waste your time in your room for me. I want you to like waste your time. Just go do that.
Alrighty, man. Thanks for your
All
time,
right.
guys.
Yeah.
Bye now.
All right. So I've been on for about 3 hours. So this was a good conversation. Well, this was a conversation. So appreciate everyone being here. So Jmike, I'm going to try to download this. Once I get it downloaded and stuff, I'll shoot you a link with it.
Yeah, and I only want to send it to him. It's like I tell some people, like, they message me like, "Are you gonna upload that?" Like, no, I'm not gonna upload it. I don't upload stuff when I ask people. People that do send it to me, I save it, and because when they say I didn't say X, I go back and I prove it to them that I did say this. But they dodged it 12 times. I think that's for their benefit. But I mean, I could be wrong. I want to hear it. Maybe I am wrong, but I really doubt that I am.
Well, you've got a lot of witnesses in here that verify. I zone out a lot, but there's a lot of people that were verifying. He said it again. The one time he said it again right after he said, "Oh, I never said that," and then he tried to explain himself, and he said it again.
I
Oh, he
wrote them
totally
down.
said it.
The ones with the premises of the arguments. Premises of the arguments, and he had mentioned about Daniel 9 about it was some of the B that I just wrote down BA. So someone, I don't know I have to ask Dargon because
I
he was
know.
the one who said the name. But he was talking about Antiochus Epiphanes. That was the thing I wanted to correct him on. I can't remember who he said. It was some BA, that's all I wrote down. So if you can send that to me, that'd be great because I can hear what they said.
All right,
But
cool,
I know
man.
for a fact he was talking about Antiochus Epiphanes.
So, all right. Well, I'll shoot you the link. Everybody, thanks for joining. Thanks for being here. For any of you who've been here for the whole 3-something hours, thanks for being here. We'll catch y'all next time.
See ya.